agrees. Yeah, I feel like I wanna take a controversial stance here and say I kind of celebrate, dare I say, cherish the unique and creative ways in which the right wing of the Democratic Party are fighting against this left flank. You gotta appreciate it because they're cooking up some takes that I think most people would be far too embarrassed to say out loud. Have you seen this Haley Stevens? She's growing on me thing. Yeah, I saw it on my timeline. I didn't really have too much here. Let me blast off real quick. I'm in DC. Iran kills 2 U.S. service members. Situation monitor. Michigan heats up. Wisconsin race shakeup. College Dems of America convention speech. Apparently, there's a lot of people who are mad that I'm even speaking at the College Democrats of America National Convention. But the College Dems of America are very chill. Wait, what? Danny Glover was 40 years old when he said, I'm too old for this shit when Lethal Weapon was filmed? I'm too old for that shit, dude. I'm too old for this shit. Like, literally. I'm too old to know about that. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That makes me very sad. Toyota update. Toyotathon. Hasan, my brother helped put together a College Dems convention. So excited to have you as a guest. We come from a small town in Georgia. Thank you so much for coming to this event. You got it. Epstein is trying to get you killed at the College Dems event. Sorry if this is drama. The fuck does that even... How is he trying to kill me? Fox News put me in the thumbo of this. Far left Democrats winning over Gen Z. Incredibly infectious. Wait, what the hell? Remember the poll we said was Cook for Stevens? Proof it was? Yes, I know it was. It's an outlier, chat. Yeah, the Glenn Garrett polls have always been an outlier. It's basically an internal poll. Anyway, we'll cover all that. We'll cover all that stuff. Don't worry. But yeah, their crosstabs were released and it looks nutty. It's like Haley Stevens wins only if it's like Detroit Metro. Only Detroit Metro votes. Okay. Blood sounds tired. I am, bro. I didn't sleep that much. College Dems are all basically Hasanabi heads. I know a kid running for Georgia College Dems as a Hasanabi head. Yeah. No, I realize that now. When I first got invited, I had no idea. I didn't understand what the event was like. I didn't understand what the organization looked like, but these are all like staffers and people that are, college students and stuff that are all trying to work within the Democratic Party, but most of them are Hasanabi heads, apparently. Why'd you stream, bro? Take a nap, fire up stream when it's time to IRL. It's Saturday, fuck the news. Bro, there's news happening, though. We got to cover it. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? I just blasted off. Let the people know we're live in a live chat. We'll do AOC speech at the Justin Pearson rally. If you checked out Head in the Office coverage of the Michigan race, they've deemed Haley Stevens the plague bringer for the poop virus in 3 days of wildfire darkness. That's funny. I love Head in the Office. They're great. Yeah, this is the most cursed image I've ever encountered. Let's be real. Oh, I was playing this TikTok. Let's start it from the start.
Very careful when you say establishment.
Right.
Because what so many people mean, and what Bernie Sanders absolutely means, is black people.
So I've been meaning to talk about this for like a week and some change now, but I want to talk about the whole Democratic influencers saying, like, tweeting or putting on threads, whatever, that using the establishment term and how, like, the DSA has been using establishment is really a placeholder for the N-word. And you know who was up under them comments? Jasmine Crockett. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. I've been made videos, like, maybe it was like 2-3 weeks ago at this point.
Yeah, that's what we mean when we say Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are the establishment. Yeah. It's crazy that they caught on. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? I can't believe it. The secret's out, I guess. Secret's out, folks. It's over.
You can scroll. But the reason why I have such issue with a lot of the Democratic politicians, specifically the black ones, is because they know what they're doing. They're leasing out our identity, our radical tradition, our revolutionary history. They know, they read the books, they went to HBCUs, they were the first to do this or accomplish that, they were the only black woman in their job or whatever the fuck. They know what it is. But instead of using that position to turn back to community and hype up the things that are really central to our existence in terms of black people and pushing us forward and making sure our community is straight, making sure we have the programs we need, making sure that we are all being lifted up, they then turn that inward to enrich themselves and then market that back to you as if that's progress. The reason why these white Democratic fucking influencers are coming on here saying, doesn't that sound like the N-word? It's because their position is being challenged by a more left, and that's, you know, in quotations, a more left than them option.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of this argument is, yes, literally, it implies that, like, you know, Nancy Pelosi is now officially black. Like, establishment Democrats are black, regardless of the fact that they're not. It's just crazy. Also, saying this about DSA is really funny because, like, there's like one white guy in the entire country that's running. There's literally one white man. Right? Am I crazy? I feel like there's how many white guys are running as DSA candidates? Like, what the fuck are we doing? What are we talking about? It's so strange. There are very few white men running on the DSA platform, DSA affiliated, or even like close to our politics in general, right? There's is mostly black and brown women. So even on that front, it doesn't make sense. Not that it matters. What matters are the policies. But I don't know. I find it very odd. This argument. I mean, I'm glad she's ripping it apart, but
for people to choose for that are sticking to the script. They're going on these platforms and they're saying what their policies are. Very
someone sent me that OG video.
Clear, very transparent, no hoops and dance parties and all of that extra fluff and shit. They're straight to the point. Affordability, climate crisis, taxing the rich, all of these things, universal health care, universal child care, things that people want to hear, things that people need, things that Trump ran on in order to get people to, obviously vote for him, that he obviously was lying about actually implementing, because our lives are a flaming piece of dog shit right now. Democrats would rather punch left instead of actually having an effective strategy for any of the new upcoming elections that are happening. Midterms are in a few months. That's number one. Number two, 2028 is looming. And do you hear who's going to be running for president? Have you heard something? Are they learning from their mistakes with last time? It doesn't seem like it. Literally, Cory Booker and a bunch of Democrats just voted against a bill that a Republican put up to the floor about, ending funding for Israel.
You have to be very careful when you say establishment.
Right.
Because what so many people mean, and what Bernie Sanders absolutely means, is black people. Especially from somebody who ran in two presidential primaries, because presidential primaries are often decided by black voters in the South. So when he talks about, the establishment, whatever, he's not talking about Debbie,
right?
Wasserman Schultz. He's talking.
What? Why wouldn't anybody be talking about Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who literally carpetbagged into a black district in Florida? Like, these people are living on a different timeline, right? I mean, I had Elijah Manley on, Florida 20, a district that Debbie Wasserman Schultz carpetbagged into. She absolutely is an establishment Democrat. What the fuck are you saying? God, these fucking grifters, man. They're not even trying hard. Yeah, also, Bernie ran against Joe Biden, who's the other contender, the establishment contender, and Hillary Rodham Clinton. Okay? Reminder that the under the desk person was a Romney voter and is non-binary. Non-binary.
About the black voters in South Carolina who did not like him. And that, if
I thought that person was chill. Why are they agreeing with this nonsense? It don't make no dang sense. Yeah, by the way, it is very odd that CBC is staying out of the Florida races, including Florida 20.
Even Hassan Piker, people on the far left of the party will start talking about, maybe black people have too much power in the party. Maybe black people.
When have I ever said that? Literally, when have I ever said that? That's crazy. I hope get multiple black people elected in the primaries so far. No white people so far. Not one. You know what I mean? Not a single dang white person. I guess maybe one DEI white guy in the New York City DSA slate. And he's Jewish and he's gay. But that's it. Wait, their face is like, what?
Hassan Piker, people on the far left of the party will start talking about, maybe black people have too much power in the party. Maybe black people have.
They're like, ah. Who the fuck is Amanda Nelson? I have no idea. Brad Lander is gay. I didn't work with the Brad Lander campaign. I'm talking about Oliver. I'm not Oliver Larkin. Sorry, fucking no. New York City DSA slate. Not Brad Lander is not on the DSA slate. No, not Oliver Larkin. Sorry, Oliver Larkin is another white guy, but he's not gay. David Orkin is who I'm talking about. Also, Oliver Larkin, David Orkin. What the hell's going on? Brad Lander is not even in DSA any longer. I'm talking about David Orkin.
Too much. I've seen people on TikTok say that.
What? You've seen people on TikTok say that I think black people have too much power? That's crazy. Okay. What if people on TikTok were like saying you're a pedophile? Would that make it the case? You know what I mean? If I ran around saying stuff like that, that would be an insane that'd be an insane thing to just claim, right? Oh, I've seen people on TikTok say that. The fuck? I can't believe she just says my source, TikTok.
Shut up.
And
because when black voters have more power in the party and more power in politics in general, that is the boat that raises all ships, because they vote for progressive policies that benefit their communities and therefore everyone else. Bernie is trying, and his friends are trying to come at it from the...
What is this angle that like Bernie Sanders' policies are just not progressive? Is that what the argument is? And the reason for it is because like black people in the primaries didn't vote for Bernie? Is that like that's how we... this is such a strange argument to make. We've moved beyond standpoint epistemology. Also, this is such a nasty way to do commentary. What a cynical application. What a cynical application of just the most hollowed out version of shallow identity politics. It's crazy. For the longest time, black revolutionaries, black radicals were, and the entire civil rights struggle was determined to be communist, right? By right-wingers, by Republicans, by racists, by white supremacists. That was the whole meta. Now you got liberals claiming every black person is monolithic in their approach to politics, and they're all invested in neoliberalism. But by virtue of black people voting for establishment Democrats, that means establishment Democrats are the most progressive. It's just like so strange. How about people are not monolithic? How about there's definitely a generational divide with voter participation in every demographic, and certainly in the black community as well. And that's pretty much it. The civil rights movement wasn't made out to be communist. It was just communist. I mean, there were different elements in it. You know, obviously the biggest advocates were primarily socialists, communists, and the like. Yes. The Black Panther Party. MLK was a socialist. Not that it matters. I mean, it's just such a strange thing.
Other direction, that my white working class populism will raise the ship of civil rights in this country, and that is fucking delusional. It's delusional. That has never worked. That's the same shit Woodrow Wilson said. And look what we got, the resurgence of the Klan.
There's no way she believes this, right? She's just getting paid for it, right? A white woman quote tweeting a black woman saying this is peak Twitter. Yeah. Audrey saying they're rat fucking Dr. Abdul El Sayed the way they rat fucked Bernie Sanders 10 years ago. Here, rat fucking refers to allowing black people to vote. It's awesome. So what's going to happen eventually? Like, you know, the more black voters move in the direction of the insurgent left flank, as we've seen already, at that point, what is the establishment narrative going to be? What's their narrative going to be then? That like all the black people that are voting for socialist candidates or self-identify as socialists are just not, like Sri Tanadar in Detroit is a great example of this, right? Donovan McKinney's is Detroit's a very black district. Donovan McKinney's running against Sri Tanadar. Sri Tanadar is Indian, of Indian descent, of Indian background. Donovan's black. Donovan also happens to be the DSA endorsed candidate. And yet, Sri Tanadar has flooded the market with a barrage of ads. And he's actually, performing decently well, regardless of the fact that he is a pretty weak candidate, right? It's supposed to be a super weak candidate. And there are a lot of black people in the district that are, seemingly in favor of voting for Sri Tanadar over Donovan, who himself is black. So what is that? Like, how does that calculation work in that situation? Does that mean Donovan is no longer black and Sri is? How does that work? Like, I'm asking sincerely, is Donovan no longer black, but Sri is because he's the establishment candidate? He's the pro-Israel candidate? How to think before speaking? Are you telling me that, or are you telling that lady that? We already watched this unfold with Haley Stevens versus Andy Levin. Sorry. Okay? Haley Stevens is not Jewish. Andy is. AIPAC backed Haley Stevens to the hilt in the same way that they are right now in the Senate race to defeat Andy Levin, who is Jewish. Stop listening to these fucking weirdos. Okay? They don't get to dictate who's black, who's not black. They don't get to dictate who's Jewish, who's not Jewish. It's such a strange way to do politics. Your blackness or your status as a Jewish person is not determined by how comfortable or uncomfortable you make the establishment. No one in the real world behaves like this. It's just these weird, centrist, candidate-backed, campaign-backed, DNC-backed losers that try to present a stupid argument like this. It's ridiculous. Focus on the policies first and foremost. Okay? I think she might not be white, not nitpicking, but I don't want you to get yelled at. What, the account? This account? This account? This person's not white? Alice Poole? Are you sure? What are they, like Italian? What is... No, Amanda Nelson. I'm not calling Amanda Nelson white. I don't know who Amanda Nelson is. I didn't say she was white. Where did you get that from? Anyway, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. I mean, this stuff is so silly. It's so stupid. I don't think any real person believes this shit.
Real. And we're still having these conversations, and instead of those Democratic influencers talking about the issues with the candidates, they'd rather stand them and create these whole weird ass dichotomies around race, and instead of trying to support what the people actually need and what the people actually want. Right? It is a popular position to abolish ICE. It is an extremely popular position to stop funding the war, Israel and their, bloodlust. That is an extremely popular position in the United States right now, current to this day. At this point, after what we've all seen on our phones for the past 3 years in terms of what's going on in Palestine and what's been going on for the past 80 years, it is absolutely batshit crazy for anyone in the Democratic establishment to be campaigning on anything related to Israel and anything less than abolishing ICE. Do you see what I'm saying? And yet, they will twist and manipulate and use black identity to cover themselves from any fucking responsibility. And these black politicians who are in it for their ego, in it for enriching themselves, in it for personal gain, are going to sit here and cheer them on while they do it, while it's under the guise, or they're claiming it's under the guise of protecting black people and protecting black women. I'm not falling.
The establishment equals the N-word was started by a white woman. Oh my God. It was that Susan Lambert lady. It sure seems like many people on the far left throw the term establishment around when they'd rather be using the N-word instead. There is white supremacy embedded in thinking establishment could ever compare to the history and gravity of being called the N-word. Establishment isn't a slur, it's just an adjective to Democrat. Stop entertaining these goofy white people and establishment Democrat leaders who behave like this. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett applauded this take, by the way. Oh my God. I mean, this kind of stuff is so stupid and it's so silly. It's so strange. It's so frustrating. I don't really know how to deal with it anymore, Troy's got big motion in Maine. Yeah, the Troyota. Troy Jackson volunteers drawn heavily from the movement that backed Plattner are cleaning up so far in the fight to select delegates to replace him. Nathan Bernard reports. Troy Jackson's campaign announces he won 29 of the 32 available delegates from Hancock and Franklin counties in Maine's runoff to replace Plattner. The Troyota is here, baby. The Troy Mentum. 22 out of 23 delegates are Jackson Slate supporters. When working people organize, we win. Deploy the Troyota is called the Troyota-thon. It's up to 66 out of 80. Let's go. Let's go. Unleash the Trojan horse. Yeah. This is bad. Maine is lost. Why? Why? Because Troy's not that charismatic. I mean, out of all of those candidates that are running, he has the best policies. He has the best platform. We just got to get him some white monster energy. You know what I mean? Some monster energy zeros and he'll be fine. Pronto. No one knows who Troy Jackson is. Grant Plattner and name recognition. Dog, you are not from fucking Maine. Are you stupid? Did you just... First of all, people definitely do know who fucking Troy Jackson is, dumbass. What are you talking about? He's the fucking president of the state senate for 6 years. He's been a state legislator for 26. The fuck are you talking about? Like in the political arena, in the state of Maine, people know him partially because it's a very tiny state. Bro is mansplaining. Plus, it doesn't matter. Once he becomes the Democratic Party, once he is the delegate selected candidate, there's going to be, millions of dollars of ad spend introducing him to the entire state once again. What matters in that moment is that he has a pretty reliable background. He's reliable enough that people are comfortable with him. He's also, throughout his Senate presidency, he's also gotten a shit ton of his bills vetoed by Janet Mills. So he has not only his experience most likely offers comfort to the establishment Democrats. Okay, that's number one. But also, on top of that, his policy platform and the things that he has advanced as a long-term legislator, it gives him progressive cred. The only issue in the campaign is the only issue in his campaign is the Riz, but who cares? Fox News talked about your reaction to Maine. I saw. That made me sad because I'm not disrespecting. You need that monster more than Troy? I do.
Very much. But I want to move on to Hasan Piker because he seems to be kind of the the socialist whisperer for the left. He watched some of the debate last night, and he's not happy at all.
Why is this guy
on
on
second
here?
Grade when Susan Collins was first elected our senator.
Get off stage. Who are you, bro?
She's helped to build.
Oh God, Maine politics, man. Oh my God, they're all so rizless.
Okay, Matt, that's like it's a lefty version of all of us watching it last night. It was like Mystery Science Theater for socialists.
Well, but the interesting thing is that shows the problem they have. The left can't be satisfied, and no one else could possibly be satisfied.
Oh my God! Even when they agree with my commentary, they still have to be like, "Well, see, you look at that. They are left unsatisfied. Yeah, they're Rizless. Whatever. It's fine. They didn't show you saying it about Troy. Yeah, deploy the Troyota. Deploy the Troyota." Kamala had Liz Cheney. Steven says Meghan McCain.
Of course, we do have this rally tomorrow with Sanders and AOC for your opponent. There are a lot of people in the Democratic Party that are looking for that progressive kind of movement.
Yeah.
How would you try to bring those people in?
I'm just curious if Mr. Sanders is willing to acknowledge the great work that I did alongside President Obama on the auto rescue. He had just himself gotten into the United States Senate, and I don't remember him being around for the auto rescue, but I certainly remember our sleeves being rolled up to save the 200,000 Michigan jobs, to stand up for working people, and to do the right thing. And I'm also really proud of the record that I have. I have been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan.
Is Haley Stevens incapable of answering a question that is asked directly with a direct answer? I've seen numerous cuts from this interview at this point, and every single time they're like, Haley Stevens, what do you have to say about campaign transparency laws? You're getting $50 million of donations, like many of it is coming from AIPAC. And she's like, well, I'm the only candidate in the race that, doesn't have a lot of money. That wasn't the question. Like, I swear to God, this is why her accent is disarming. Like, it's a mechanism of deflection. Because when we focus on the way she sounds, we forget to mention the fact that she's not actually answering the fucking question. She never answers the motherfucking question. Also, who cares if you're not rich? You've gotten $50 million. You've gotten $50 million from the super rich.
Because I write laws and I pass laws and I make a difference. You know, I'm not in the complaining class.
You're literally complaining about Bernie Sanders. On a question that was asked about, like, how will you win over the progressives if you win the primary? And your answer is, well, I'm not in the business of complaining, but I hate Bernie Sanders.
Pointing fingers. I'm in the class of winning tough elections, of making sure someone like Mike Rogers in the state of Michigan here, this is a toss-up race. It is not a guarantee. And this is why it's frankly better.
Yeah, it will be a toss-up race. That's not a guarantee if you're the candidate. It will not be a toss-up race. It will be a guarantee if it's a matchup between Abdul and Mike Rogers. Bank on it. Take that shit to the bank, chat. Okay? Trust me. A few days ago, I was poking fun of Stevens, and now I think she's arguably one of the most authentic Democrats in the game. She's also got balls of steel for standing by Israel in this environment. Yeah, she's so brave for standing up for Israel. Thank God. Thank God she's getting paid $50 million for her bravery. Yeah. Rashid Tlaib cooked it too. Now, she noticed the thing that we all noticed on Twitter. Out of nowhere, everybody united in saying, I have to admit, Haley Stevens is growing on me. I can kind of see it now. Don't kill me, but she's growing on me. Guys, Haley Stevens is growing on me. She's growing on me. I can't help it. I gotta be honest, she's grown on me. If I was a Michigander, I'd cast my ballot for Congresswoman Stevens in the Dem primary. We are not posting a coordinated, organized post about how Haley Stevens has grown on me. This is all random happenstance, a random occurrence. Everyone needs to understand this is random. You could say he's grown on him as well. The more I see her in this kind of environment, the more I see her appeal. Anyway, now influencers are being paid to say she's growing on them. That will never erase the fact that Haley Stevens took corporate PAC money from the companies hurting Michiganders: AT&T, BlackRock, Blue Origin, Boeing, Charter Communications, Cigna, Comcast, Deloitte, DoorDash, DTE Energy. That was like one of the biggest damagers. Ernst & Young, General Mills, General Motors, Goldman Sachs, Guardian Life Insurance, Home Depot, Honeywell International, Humana, McDonald's, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Principal Life Insurance, Qualcomm, Stanley Black & Decker, T-Mobile, UBS, Verizon, Ally Financial, American Crystal Sugar, Applied Intuition, BASF, Celanese, Corning Inc., Cozen O'Connor, DaVita, Elevance Health, Grant Thornton Advisors, Huntington Ingalls Industries, Infineon Technologies, Inspire Brands, International Paper, Nielsen, and Nucor. This is before we get to, of course, APAC and APAC subsidiaries. You started that shit with this lady growing on you? Yeah, dog, I don't think they sound exactly like you. You're so dumb. You think they're big time Hasanabi heads? That's why they're saying it? You think the people that want the Trump administration to literally throw me in prison were in the chat watching day in, day out, and they got their notes from me when I jokingly said, her accent is growing on me. Okay.
So important that, we go through a rigorous Democratic nominating process. We haven't seen Mike Rogers campaigning, but we have heard him saying that he wants to go to the U.S. Senate to rubber stamp Trump. He's not going to rubber stamp Michigan. He's not going to stand up for us when tariffs are wreaking havoc on our pocketbooks and our small businesses. He's not going to stand up when people are getting kicked off their health care and their...
Yeah, but you are, right? That's why the utility company gave you money. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. I mean, at least she's lying. I guess that's good. At least she's not doing the thing where it's like, better things are, I mean, she's still doing the better things are not possible shtick because these guys only have one note and one speed, right? But, yeah.
Utility bills just continue to go up and the billionaire class gets to run away with everything while we all pay more. He's not partnered with my friend Joe LaRussa, who's not even...
Yeah. She's growing on me. Anyway, we're deploying the Toyota, so that's good. Meanwhile, if we look at her Glenn Gariff, Detroit News Glenn Gariff poll that Stevens was up by 7 points in. Adam Carson says, I'm not in the business of unskewing polls, but objectively, they're projecting a Democratic primary electorate that would have unprecedentedly high vote shares in the Detroit metro area and among black voters, both groups that heavily favor Stevens. Perhaps they're seeing something that no other pollster is, and they will be proven right. Or perhaps their model is an outlier and too friendly to Stevens. Yeah. 55% is the Detroit Metro Glenn Gariff poll participation. As opposed to 49% when you look at the averages of 2018 and 2022. I mean, I think Abdul and the campaign is going to shock the world. Straight up. That's what I think. Ben Rose has some choice words on the horrible AIPAC ads that are claiming that Barack Obama endorsed. Haley Stevens this run. It's disgusting that AIPAC, which spent tens of millions attacking Obama, is now spending like crazy to lie and suggest he endorsed Haley Stevens. Is everything wrong with politics? Support Abdul El Sayed. If the Democrats... What the fuck? Is it good? Is it fixed? Hello? That was strange. I don't know what happened. To that I say, what gives? You know what I mean? What gives? But yeah, as I was saying, M is real high. I love Israel. They should be able to spend 40, 50. They should spend 100 They should be able to spend $100 million on the Democratic primary race in Michigan. I think that's the only democracy is when Israel gets to directly hand select Senate candidates. That's what I think. I hope people understand where I stand on this, you know? Why are you pocket watching? True. Why am I pocket watching the beautiful nation state of Israel? Chill, Hasan. What the hell is wrong with me, bro? That's crazy. Abdul held his own on
what you're going to do with my tax
Israel
dollars and why you're sending them there when
on Pod Save America.
With all due respect, I mean, the question of whether Israel should exist or not is essential when you're answering whether U.S. tax dollars should go towards protecting that right to exist. And it sort of raised, let me just ask you the question, because, I mean, I think you've made it a zero-sum game between like funding for example, schools and aid to Israel. The U.S. budget is large, and there's a question about, you know, to what degree Congress should prioritize spending on Israel, which gets at the central question for, I think, a lot of Jews in this country and a lot of Jews in your state is, you know, the Jewish identity and the Jewish statehood is essential to them. And they may think the war is a genocide in Gaza, and they may completely disagree with Bibi Netanyahu, but their Jewish identity is as essential to them as their American identity. So I wonder, when you are thinking about those people, and they may support you, how do you help them understand where Israel exists on your list of priorities? Is it immoral to support Israel at this point, or is there some other is there some other avenue?
Look, I was really grateful to grow up in a community with a large Jewish community, 40% Jewish. I had the privilege of being welcomed to shul and being welcomed to Seder and going to bar and bat mitzvahs growing up. I learned a lot about the Jewish faith. I learned so much about the Jewish contribution to American culture and society. And I will do everything I can to protect Jewish Americans in this country from anti-Semitism. I also, in as much as I love the Jewish people and Jewish culture, I love and revere Palestinians and Palestinian culture. And most importantly, I love and revere the people I am running to serve here in Michigan. So the idea that Michigan tax dollars should be sent to a foreign government that wants to foreclose on Palestinian rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination, which I hold equal to Jewish rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination. But the idea that our money is being sent to a government that wants to foreclose on one community's right to self-determination and being misused away from solving the needs of the people I'm actually serving is a pretty crazy thing. And in setting up this question about Israel's right to exist, you rightly point to the idea of whether or not there is American intervention that ought to be spent to enforce that. And I think the vast majority of Americans would say, whatever you think about Israel's right to exist, our tax dollars should not be used for the interests of a foreign government when they need to be used for the interests of the people living in our community on its own. So I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. But I also understand that in an era where people ask you, how are you going to pay for that when you want to give people healthcare, or how are you going to pay for that when you want to give people good schools, it's pretty crazy to be sending our money over there when it could be used over here.
So no funding to ensure the survival or future of the Jewish state.
Well, I turn that back around on you, Alex, and say, why is it our responsibility to ensure that?
I'm just asking because I think why is it understanding. I think that,
but hear me out. Why is that the essential frame from which we work? Like, why is it assumed that the United States ought to be in the business of backstopping a foreign government? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't want ill will for Jewish Israeli people at all. I really don't. I just want equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. But the notion that somehow our tax dollars ought to secure the interests of a foreign government, like, this is the United States and our own kids don't have good schools, and you're telling me that that should be a primary concern over there? Like, imagine we said the same thing about any other country, any other one. Like, my family's from...
Yeah, does Estonia have a right to exist? Why don't you care about propping up Estonia? Now, there's also additional irony here because Estonia, at least to my knowledge, has not committed a genocide with our tax dollars. You know what I mean? Like, the question should be, does Israel have a right to unlimited U.S. funding? And then to expand on that conversation, you can ask, does Iran have a right to unlimited U.S. funding? Does China have a right to unlimited U.S. funding? Why is it only Israel that gets to have this like God-given right, like it's in the fucking Constitution or something? You hate Estonia because you don't want to give them $300 billion. Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the fucking argument being like, hey, I hate how much you hate the beautiful nation of Lithuania because you don't want to give it $380 billion in the next 80 years. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? You want Estonia and Lithuania to no longer fucking exist. It's like, bro, that's crazy. Bro, read the comments on this video. Let me guess. As predicted, as is the case with every Pod Save America episode, the comments are going to be like, oh my God, Abdul is so fucking base. He's so intelligent, speaks like a human. His answer on Israel was perfection. I'm so jealous Michigan voters who get to vote for him. Abdul made the most impressive Senate candidate I've ever seen. It's always that way. It's kind of funny because like the Podjons are fine. They're all right. You know, they're not my enemies, right? But their audience always comes across like they've never heard this before. You know what I mean? Their audience, whenever I'm on, I love looking at the comments. Their audience is like, why do we never hear stuff like this? And it's so funny because it's like, there's a whole world out there. And it always makes me think like, what the hell are the Podjons saying to their audience? That whenever I go on, they're like, I've literally never heard someone speak like this before. This just like unlocked chakras in my mind. You know what I mean? You opened up my fucking third eye with pretty much the most like elementary anti-Zionist talking points. Super basic. To be honest, that's why I became a fan of you like 2021. Yeah, that's why I always that's why I always give credit to the boys, to the pod boys, to the Podjons, because they don't shy away from having these conversations and their audience is obviously primed for it. So that means they haven't been like negatively framing the left and constantly antagonizing against the left flank, which is something I do give a lot of credit to them over. Your appearance after the 2024 election on Podjons one time brought me over, never looked back. See, that's what I mean. Private meet and greet for just for me in DC when? It's not happening, cutie pie.
From Egypt, okay? Like, would it be crazy if somebody was asking me, like, hey, do you think Egypt has the right to exist? People would be like, Egypt exists. I'm like, well, if somebody wanted to change the nature of Egypt, do you think the United States should be spending all of its money to make sure, or any of its money to make sure that that happens? And people are like, I don't know, what that seems like a different country's issue. But like, I'm just saying that, like, you can both say that Israel exists, but it doesn't have a right to my tax dollars. And it is not our responsibility as American taxpayers to take money away from kids who don't have good schools and give it to a country.
I'm audio only. Am I hearing farting? Wait, what? Where? Is there like an audio issue, chatters? What the fuck's going on?
To buy bombs and tanks. Like, the idea that our conversation even questions that is itself a big question we should be asking. Like, why is this the frame of the debate?
Yeah, Chuck Schumer is here. He's sleeping in the bed. And he's a little bit loosey-goosey, you know? We know how his ass is. Oh, is it the coffee? Is it when I sip the coffee and you guys hear me drinking the coffee and you're like, oh, that sounds like a fart? Is that what it is? Anyway, speaking of Abdul, our boy, he got harassed by Jake Lang today. Let's take a look.
Why are you persecuting me?
We're gonna clap him out.
The reason I wanted to clap him out to USA is because he doesn't hate me. He doesn't hate AG. He don't even hate you. You know what he hates? He hates America. He hates the idea of what America was always supposed to be.
Oh, God damn. That's what I'm talking about, Abdul. Oh, my God.
Of the people, by the people, and for the people. Where it should not matter the color of your skin, should not matter how you pray, should not matter who you love, that you can be fully and 100% America. He hates that America. He wants America to be small. He wants America to be like him. He wants America to be hateful. He wants America to be a place that does not include. And every day that we go out there and we knock on those doors, we make an argument about what America actually is. An America that is bigger than his hate. An America that is bigger than the small-mindedness that he brings to this. An America that has a bigger heart.
Dude. That's the reverse farm, baby. That's the clip. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Uno reverse. Someone comes after you trying to farm a clip. You just flip the script on them. You flip the script on them and you get the clip instead. He had to leave crying. Nobody was afraid of him. The room was cheering him away. Ooh, God damn, that's good. Yep, that's called clip maxing. That's called clip mogging.
Than the one that he has. An America that is bigger than a Donald Trump who thinks that some people don't get to belong here because of their color of their skin. An America that is bigger than the idea that we all can come together and pray how we choose or not pray at all. An America is bigger than Mike Rogers and the corporate corruption that they all take to run these campaigns to pick our pocket. The America they believe in is one where a few people who look a particular way get to siphon off your money to make billions. That's the America they want. That's the America he represents. That's the America he's so mad he didn't get. And as much as that's an ugly display of the America they want for us, this here is a beautiful display of the America we can yet build.
You should stream with Abdul again? I will. That was fire.
Why are you persecuting me?
I have never been more jealous than I am of Michigan. Oh, never been more jealous of Michigan than I am now. Get to for this dude and make him a senator. Meanwhile, I got freaking Adam Schiff, dude. Great. That's great, man. I love it. I've never been more jealous of Michigan than I am now. Y'all get to vote for this dude and make him a senator. Is there a typo? Do we got a typo? Yeah, I got the close-up footage of the IRGC footage, or not the IRGC footage, but the footage of the IRGC strikes hitting Jordanian military installations. Yeah. It's Toyotathon in Maine. That's exciting. The SA Los Angeles 2026 annual convention has voted 76% in favor of the Run AOC Run resolution, calling AOC to announce a run for president. Yeah, nice. Don't roll into Lansing wearing that blue and yellow shit. All right, chill, bro. My grandma told me she loves Adam Schiff. I can't, bro. Whatever, dude. It's your grandma. Let her stay. Let her be happy with what she thinks is going on. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's all right. Some of our elderly are a little delulu. It's okay. Who said Troy Story 26? Me. I'm Troy Story 26. Are you in support of William Lawrence for Michigan 7th? Of course I am. 100%. William Lawrence is phenomenal. Michigan is one of the best statewide slates out there. William Lawrence, Donovan McKinney, Kyle Blomquist, obviously our boy Abdul El-Sayed for Senate. They got a lot of talent out there. The person who's replacing Haley Stevens, Aisha Farouk, I think her name is. She's great too. Yeah. There are so many great candidates up and down that goddamn ballot. It's a phenomenal state and a phenomenal slate. Anyway, Keith's brother Brian is a pastor in Detroit on the confrontation with Lang. The same race is wearing an ankle bracelet, verbally attacked these sisters. Guy just called me an N-word. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. You should watch this. Very good video highlighting wealth inequality. Communist Wyomingite. I'm not going to watch that video from the richest town in America. It's not what you think. Maybe later. This is the man running for Haley Stevens' old. Oh yeah, this is the person that's running for Haley Stevens' old seat. He's up against Aisha Faruqi, who has rejected all money from the Israeli lobby. Yeah, dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on with how much AIPAC wants to just maintain control over the state of Michigan. I don't know why they're so aggressive in Michigan. I guess they're aggressive everywhere. We're just focusing on Michigan. You know? Anyway, we got far left Democrats winning over Gen Z, incredibly infectious. Let's take a look.
College Democrats of America are holding their annual convention this weekend in Washington, and look who made the guest list, Hasan Piker. And he's just one of the featured speakers who are raising eyebrows, another sign that young voters are still shifting to the extreme left. Here to react is Gen Z political analyst and former Democrat Jamil Jackson. Jamil, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Look, you say one of the reasons...
Former Democrat. Oh boy, here we go.
you left the Democrat Party is because they were getting too extreme for you. You know, we see they excitedly announced here for this convention, Hasan Piker is going to be one of their speakers. Do you think this is something that Gen Z is falling for? Are you know, your friends and what you're hearing out there, is this going to be?
A Trump just said your name. Wait, what? A Trump?
The path forward?
So far it is. Unfortunately, I beat Senator Fetterman to it. I left the Democratic Party over this specific issue because what the DSA and Hasan Piker is offering is actually pretty potent. They're offering...
Wait, what? This guy... Oh, you meant a Trump, like Laura Trump. Okay, I got scared. This guy left the Democratic Party because of me? That's so fucking funny. As a black person, I feel like the Democrats have become too extreme, so I became a Republican. Yeah, that's what he said.
Economic populism, but under that, what most people don't pay attention to is the anti-Semitism. It is the more radical and extremist and inflammatory. Wait. So you are now voting for, you're a Republican because the Democrats got too extreme, so you went with the party that rides for the Klan now? Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, the Hasan Piker wing of the party got too extreme for me, so I became a part of the party of racists. I became a racist because Hasan was too racist for me in the Democratic Party. Language because they are ideologues. I had a friend who went to the DSA meeting a few weeks ago here in Philadelphia, and he said he can actually get behind the policies of expanding healthcare or even raise the minimum wage from $7.25 to maybe $15. But he says he's a hard no when it comes to opening up all of our prisons, abolishing ICE, abolishing the police, and honestly open borders. What I say
I love saying stuff like that. I'm a big fan of opening up all of the prisons. Man, how about we open the schools, okay? Talk about opening something. We got to open the schools, man. What the fuck? Oh my God.
A lot of moderate Democrats, the establishment, is that they are losing this fight from the far left flank because they are too busy being the party of anti-Trump. They don't actually have a platform. They don't stand for anything, and they don't recognize why.
Well, apparently, the Democrats do stand for something. By your own admission, they stand for opening up the prisons, apparently, which is fucking news to me, but... Yeah, my favorite Hasanabi policy is legalizing crime. Yeah.
They lost to President Trump in 2024. So far left members like Hasan Piker, they're willing to demagogue and position themselves based on slogans for younger people, talking about economic anxiety, whereas it's sort of like they're pushing more extremist language. For example, they'll start with legitimate criticisms of Israeli domestic or foreign policy to begin with. And younger people might buy into those conversations, but it quickly turns into what Hasan Piker actually believes is the elimination of the Israeli state altogether. And here on the ground in Philadelphia, it's happening from the DSA endorsing local candidates. They're taking over the local machine based on identity politics. And they're
Wait, what? They're taking the local Philadelphia machine based on identity politics is literally, it's a 60% black district. What are you talking about? What identity politics? Like when Fox News says identity politics, they mean black people. Okay? That's what they mean. This guy's got to be new. This is what's going on. He's like still using some of the terminology that he would use as probably like an establishment Democrat. This seems like a new flip. This seems like a new convert. Obviously, it's not a real convert. He's not sincere. He's just a grifter. But he's still using terms that would work within the framework of a Democratic primary, and not terms that's ready for the big leagues on the Republican side. The Republican commentary here is supposed to be, here, I'll tell you what it is, okay? Since you're a recent convert, I'll explain it to you. So what you're supposed to say is like, the Democrats got too extreme, that's why I left. And then I'm actually thankful that I left because the Democrats got too extreme, because I realized that the Republicans are not the party of racists. It's Democrats that are the party of the racists because they do identity politics. Okay? What you're supposed to say, write this down. What you're supposed to say is, the Democrats got too extreme and I left the party because they were doing Jew hatred. They were doing hatred of all different kinds of minorities. And the real anti-racist party is the Republicans. The Republicans are not racist. It's the Democrats that are the party of the Klan. Right? Historically, you're supposed to say Democrats are the party of the Klan, and that's why I left the party, and I'm grateful that I left the party, because now I realize that I was lied to about the Republicans, because that's how, they keep people in check to ensure that people vote for the Democrats over and over again by lying to us.
Pushing groups and candidates to have a specific stance on Israel, even if it's a school board election or even if it's something really small like controlling a municipality. Why are these certain local elections focusing on foreign policy in the Middle East? Yeah, so it's incredibly...
Yeah, great question. There's not a single district in the United States of America, no matter how local, no matter how small, that doesn't in some way, shape, or form get impacted by Israeli policies. Okay? It's insane when you say it like that, but it's true. Like, down to the municipalities. I'll give you statewide examples. Like, there's anti-BDS legislation in the state of Texas, for example, in every single district. As a matter of fact, when a smaller district decided to forego their tax dollars going to Israel, Greg Abbott came in and said that's anti-Semitic, and that you will no longer get any statewide backing if you actually push through this initiative that you voted on, that you decided on. You have to keep sending tax dollars to Israel. In the state of Texas, teachers, public school teachers, have to sign a loyalty pledge, an anti-BDS legislation, a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to basically promise that you'll never boycott or demand boycotts on the state of Israel. You'll never demand divestments from the state of Israel. You'll never demand sanctions on the state of Israel. That's real. That's a real thing. Okay? So I love that these guys will turn around and be like, why is this like they did this with my Nithya Raman interview, right? When I asked Nithya Raman about like Israel related shit, and they were like, why the fuck would the mayor of Los Angeles have a take about the state of Israel? Like, you fucking stupid. Yeah, you clearly didn't listen to the conversation, because I was asking her about why she got endorsements from the Democratic majority for Israel. I was asking her about her background and the decisions that she has made in favor of Israel as a council member. The real question should be, why the fuck is Los Angeles council members making decisions on behalf of what Americans can say or can't say about the state of Israel? Why is LAPD getting trained by the Israeli occupying forces? Why is that the case? Why is Israel spending $45 million in the Michigan Senate race? These are the real questions, right? I don't want to talk about Israel. I never want to think about Israel ever again for the rest of my life. Okay? The problem is, you can't really hand wave this shit away by being like, you're being silly. Especially because when you say you're being silly, people like myself will turn around. People like myself will then turn around and actually tell you exactly why Israel is such a prescient issue in American domestic politics, down to the fucking municipality. That's not my fault. You made the sandwich. Well, I guess in this case, Israel made the sandwich.
Infectious.
It is infectious. It is terrifying. And yeah, there seems to be no pushback for someone as extreme as Hasan Piker, and some of these radicals speaking on campuses. But we've seen how many, pro-Israel or Jewish speakers have consistently, Jamil, been canceled from a lot of these speaking engagements. And you talk to voters. We have a Fox News poll. And, whenever you ask voters, all voters, and when it comes to their thoughts towards socialism, look at this. They think all voters think 38% versus 53% to under 30. All voters think it's a good thing. Bad thing, 61% versus 47. You can see the young voters are the ones who are driving this. What do you say, though, Jamil, whenever you talk to kind of your age group out there, when you talk to Gen Z, what would you say to them to kind of pull them back? Because it's pretty clear the establishment within the Democrat Party is having a hard time reining things in.
What I say to them is to stay the course. Right now, it seems really popular to go for socialism, and it's because that's the only thing the Democrats have changed about their platform since 2024. It's new, it sounds exciting, and they're willing to give another platform a chance just because President Biden has lost a lot of trust with the establishment Democrats and the core base of voters. The truth is, the establishment moderate Democrats are not willing to talk to young people. They're not.
Bro, you just left the party. Why would anybody listen to you about what the Democrats should do? I don't understand. All right, man, you left. Bye-bye. I don't get it. How come you get to leave and then still complain from the outside? You know what I mean? You left, buddy. You left. The Democrats are actively demanding I be purged from the party, and I'm still kicking. You couldn't stand the heat, and you chose to get the fuck out of the kitchen. Fuck you mean? Here's what they should be doing. Why should anybody listen to you now? Am I crazy? Bro, this guy's running against Chris Rabb. Oh my God, that's awesome. He's going to get cooked.
Building a viable platform for younger people. So it's really difficult for, let's say, someone like me or people who are just generally independent to talk to younger people when the DSA is giving younger people a seat at the table. They're inviting figures like Hasan Piker. They're more engaged online than 60-year-old moderate establishment Democrats.
Well, we are happy to have you as part of the Republican Party, Jamil. Welcome over to our side of the aisle. We hope to see more of that happen, and we appreciate you being on with us this morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Yeah, good luck to this guy in all of his future endeavors. Anyway, here. I watched this, I listened to this podcast, and there were some really good answers, and then some answers that made me freak out a little bit. This was an interesting one. I got brought up in the Zoran interview.
On what political weight you give the Israeli issue, because you are very clear about where you stand, but I'm wondering how you apply it to sort of how you look at other political actors. The left-wing streamer Hasan Piker recently said, and I'm quoting here, "Someone who will not say the truth about Israel's genocide will not stand with you and fight for you, for your health care, for your housing. It's that simple." Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, do you? Do you, Big Z? Big Z. Do you? Hold on. Not the Jeffrey Stunners? Are those the glasses we're matching? Someone said that's you, and they're so right. Oh, because we got the drip. We got the same drip. that what you're saying? Heads up, some kick streamers will be at the event today only because of your presence. Unclear what they're planning. Who are the kick streamers? Do you know? D and Darius? Is Darius still there? I got tickets. Fucking losers, man. This shit is so fucking lame, too. Anyway, Zoran is smart and would say something which doesn't hurt the feelings of anyone, and that's the problem, trying to please everybody. Anyway, yeah, let's get back to Big Zo.
I think what we have seen from New Yorkers, what we have seen from Americans when we talk about this hunger for a new kind of politics, it's a hunger to move beyond the bankruptcy that characterizes a lot of politics today. And it is hard to find a more bankrupt policy approach than what our country has done to Gaza and to Palestine, and how it hasn't been specific to any one party. It's been again and again an insistence to tell New Yorkers and to tell Americans that what they are seeing is not something that they should in fact either be concerned by or believe in.
Sometimes, I mean, it's a good answer, by the way. It's a good answer. Sometimes I do think that he is, I already listened to this. Sometimes I do think that he gets a little too politician-like. I'm going to be honest.
And when you talk about the rupture in trust that comes from that, it is hard to then turn to another issue and say, believe me here. And what I've found time and again is that that trust, you have to be able to maintain it. It's not to say that you have to agree on everything, but there has to be an honesty. And too often you'll find that there are far more...
He can defend your honor at this point? What? No, he's the fucking mayor with a huge approval rating? Wait, defend my honor? He's literally agreeing with me. It's just he's doing it political style, politician style. I mean, he was really good at the Nelson Mandela event. So he's definitely capable of delivering passionate speeches about this issue. We know what his position is in general. The part that annoyed me in this interview wasn't even this. He's just explaining the quote with context. That's fine. This is great. This is a great answer. The part that fucking annoyed me. Was when Lulu asks Zoran, if you had unlimited money, what would you do with New York? And his answer there made me so mad. Because he was like, exactly the policies I'm pushing now. And I was like, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. What are you saying? Just be honest. What? That was straight up the most politician answer I've ever heard from him. And it gave me fucking whiplash. Okay? And it was so annoying that even Lula was like, come on. Come on. This is a thought experiment. It's obviously this is a thought experiment. It's not a trap. It's actually asking you what your broader vision is. What a dumb thing to make you mad, Law. What the fuck? I don't know. Maybe it's because I have because he's such a good speaker. He's such a good speaker. And he has the opportunity in that moment to deploy his speech skills and his charisma to show a bold vision that we should be pushing for in general. It's not a trap. It's not. Not everything has to be so defensive, guys. No thought experiments or hypotheticals until the term is over, brother. Yeah, he's already running. He's running for 2020. He's running for 2029. That's my problem.
Congress people who will privately tell you that something is a genocide, then publicly announce it to be so. And so long as there's an understanding of a difference in what people believe and what they're willing to say, there will be a skepticism and, frankly, a despair amongst those considering whether or not to engage themselves in politics.
So should the litmus test for a politician who wants to be part of your coalition be their views on the Gaza war and their commitment to calling it a genocide?
It's one litmus test. It's not the end-all, be-all, but it's a pretty reliable one because it's one of those issues that everyone can understand. It's one of those issues that has, mass disapproval. So it basically shows that a politician is more invested in doing the bidding of corporations or PACs than the bidding of the population. That's it. You could have made the argument maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, that there wasn't mass disapproval of Israel as there is one now, and therefore get away with it by being like, oh, I don't know enough about this. It's a foreign country. Not everyone is actually, this is a divisive issue. People are divided on it. You can't make that argument anymore because the only divide that exists on this issue is not amongst the population. It's not amongst the working class. It's not amongst the voters, especially in the Democratic Party. The only divide is between the voters and the politicians now. That's it. Anyway, Zoran's answer is very good. I'm just giving you my answer or why I say this, since it was brought up as a point against Zoran, kind of, or just asked. They asked Zoran.
I think it's an important part. I wouldn't say that there's a specific litmus test as to creating a cookie cutter of a person that I would endorse in any one which seat. What I would say is that you have to have a clear vision of being able to describe things as they are and being able to fight for that which working people have been denied.
But can it include those who support Israel and support America's support of Israel?
I think when you asked me earlier of what is my party, I've said the Democratic Party.
I'm asking you, though.
Yes, and my point is...
Not what's in the Democratic Party, but...
Understood.
Yeah.
My point is that the importance of a big...
What would you do with the money? Dude, unlimited funds, immediately establishing healthcare, government-run, free grocery stores, free everything, fast and free buses, free subway, building out the public transit system in New York. The fuck? Expand the subway. Infrastructure, jobs, good paying jobs. Millions and millions of jobs.
It's critical not just in how we describe ourselves as what we belong to.
I put a Japanese toilet in every public restroom. I put a public restroom in every corner and a Japanese Toto toilet in every single one of them damn public restrooms. And I make the janitor staff get paid like $200,000 a year. Luxury jobs for sanitation, okay? Good paying union jobs with great benefits for all the public workers that clean those toilets. Those toilets are going to look like Japanese toilets, okay? Universal bidet access for all. See, now that wasn't a part of his 5 policies. But let's be real. He did promise us that shit. He did. Remember? I ain't forget.
But also that we can work with those with whom we might not have agreement on every single issue. And you can even see in the administration that I've put together, it's not an administration where at every job interview I ask someone, what are your thoughts about Israel and Palestine? Frankly, it has very little to do with most of the things that I'm hiring for. And what we want is to show that you are looking for expertise. You are looking to deliver on the ambition of your policy platform and to build a team that's able to do so. And when it comes to my endorsements of Congress members or those running for state legislative seats, they have to show a vision of the world that speaks to that despair and also addresses how you would actually deliver something different.
And you felt that Espaillat didn't do that?
No.
One other question on this. Former Vice President and presidential candidate Kamala Harris.
Would you move to New York City if Mamdani gives you Japanese-style toilets? Man, look, I love New York City, but I am needed elsewhere, okay? I love New York City. I love New York City DSA. I love all the candidates there. But we got work to do everywhere else, okay? We got a lot more work to do. Right now, I'm focusing on Michigan and Wisconsin. Okay? You should also be thinking about Arizona with Kai Newkirk. The job's not done yet. Let's get out of the midterms and then we'll reconsider where we move, okay? And in the moments where I'm not thinking about thinking about New York City, I'm thinking about the beautiful nation state of Singapore.
I think Americans need to entertain the idea of having a clean butt.
Look, I think bidets are a great thing.
And it's cheap. It's like for $20 you can put one of those like things where you just change the seat up.
So would that be
Nothing broke.
Okay. All right.
And also it wasn't on camera. That's crazy. That's crazy word.
It's crazy. We got a couple extra coffees for anybody.
This is the video where you add the water to coffee? Nah, I did that with Mahmoud Khalil, not with Zoe, not with Zoran, not with Big Z.
Donald, would you mind just taking one of these over there to that table? They might want some.
So what's... Hold on, let me see if I can nail it.
Hit it. This is a great jacket, by the way.
Oh, thank you. The aftertaste resembles...
That is also why Democratic voters are resenting Israel more and more, because they're receiving the message loud and clear that it is the pet project of party elites who want money and institutional ties to outweigh the voters themselves. Yeah. Ilhan Omar was turbo canceled for saying it. Ever since the pro-Israel side has said exactly the same thing as a threat. It's not about votes. It's about small, obsessive, and wealthy. It's about a small and obsessive and wealthy faction whose financial influence drowns out your votes. Yeah, I've seen this. Lemau, the dilemma Democrats is more financial than electoral. Dems can theoretically survive Jewish voter defection in non-competitive areas, but can they make up for Jewish and pro-Israel donor defections? Let's check in on their campaign coffers. The DNC has nearly $15 million on hand, but is $18 million in debt. What's crazy about this argument is that because AIPAC has funded Democrats and Republicans, they have basically upped the ante, right? They've basically redefined how much money is being spent in these elections. So when AIPAC pulls out, which, by the way, not funded by Jewish donors in its entirety at all, AIPAC is funded by a lot of MAGA Republican donors, as a matter of fact. When AIPAC pulls out, there is a giant fundraising issue. Right? This is the reality without the pro-Israel donations coming into the Democratic Party. This is what they've been avoiding. This is what they've been terrified of. Okay? And it's really interesting because, yes, as Dylan also notes, for years AIPAC has said it's not just wrong, but anti-Semitic to say there's a direct link between the money it raises for politicians and how lawmakers vote. Now, by ending contributions expressly on the basis of a single vote, is showing exactly how it operates. You see? AIPAC and pro-Israel donors made and basically in some ways like redefined how much money gets spent in these races, right? So they increased the bottom, like the bottom necessary for a campaign's viability. And then now they're pulling out of one side, and all of a sudden they're still funding the other side. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Now, of course, the counter argument to this is the side that out fundraised and still lost. I'm, of course, referencing Kamala Harris, who had $1 billion. $1 billion. You still need money, okay? You obviously still need money to get in front of attack ads. It's not great when your candidacy is mired with fake controversies that are manufactured by big donors, like big outside expenditures. We're seeing a version of this reality with the Abdul al-Sayed race. However, the side that out fundraises doesn't always win, especially if they don't have policies that match. If they don't have policies that are responsive to the needs of the masses. Kamala Harris was a great example of this, and so was Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016. Feel me? And that's precisely the reason why you've seen plenty of campaigns this primary season get outspent 2-1, 3-1, and in the case of Abdul al-Sayed, 10-1, potentially 12-1. Think about the fundraising disparity there. 12-1. For every dollar spent on Abdul, AIPAC and other corporate PACs are spending $12 to get Haley Stevens elected to that seat. Well, not even elected to that seat, just to win the primary. No guarantee that they'll continue spending at that level against Mike Rogers when Mike Rogers is also a servant of the same interests. Think about that. Is this a democracy? If your elections are bought and sold to the highest bidder, you don't have real elections at all. You don't have a real democracy at all. It shouldn't be this tough. It shouldn't be this tough to get the word out. It shouldn't be this tough to be able to, put yourself in front of every single voter and say, this is what I believe, this is what I stand for, vote for me and I'll fight like hell for you. But unfortunately, moneyed interests, Citizens United, and numerous other Supreme Court decisions that favor corporations being able to fundraise and spend however much money they want to has made it impossible to have an honest and just, fair and free election system. It's just the reality. Anyway, but it is really funny that everybody used to yell at Ilhan Omar for saying it's all about the Benjamins, that, AIPAC plays a formative role in the elections in the United States. And now they're saying it out loud. They're saying it as a threat. It's crazy. There's a whole cohort of Beltway staff or consultant types that just ignore the more than 52 million poured into my home state in an attempt to buy a Senate seat. Absolutely disgusting. It's not just the Beltway staff or consultant types, because their job is to get those donors, right? Their job is to be the connective tissue between those corporate PACs and the campaigns and the politicians themselves. This is how they make their money. Now, I hate them, but I understand where they're coming from. What I cannot understand is why the media has not covered this. Every single time Haley Stevens goes on any news outlet, reporters should say, hey, what do you have to say for the $52 million being spent in your direction by AIPAC and numerous other corporate PACs? What does that say? What does that say about who you stand with to the Michigan voters you want to convince? How will you convince the Michigan voters that you will stand with them as opposed to corporate interests? Why do you think they're spending $52 million in your direction? Why do you think Israel and AIPAC subsidiaries are spending 40 of the $52 million to make sure you win this primary as opposed to Abdul al-Sayed? These are some free questions that journalists should be asking Haley Stevens every single time, because this is newsworthy. This is a record-breaking amount of money that they're spending to buy this fucking seat, and I haven't heard a goddamn peep from mainstream media about it. Not a fucking peep. Meanwhile, every time Abdul goes on a fucking show, they're like, oh, what about this Twitch streamer that you fucking did a campaign rally with? What about this Twitch streamer? What about this Twitch streamer, Hasan Piker? What do you think is more important to the fucking Michiganders? If you're a goddamn journalist, what do you think is more important for the public to know? Whether a congresswoman who's now running for Senate is bought and fucking sold by a foreign lobby that is unbelievably toxic to the average fucking voter, especially in the Democratic Party, or a goddamn Twitch streamer who pops off every now and then. What do you think is more important for the voters? You have a duty. You have a job. Your job is to find the truth. Your job is to ask important questions. Your job is to make the public more aware of what's going on. It's not my job technically, but I'm doing it too. So it blows my mind that so many mainstream reporters have just foregone this primary responsibility. This is their most important obligation, an obligation to the truth, uncompromising obligation to the truth. That's what they're supposed to be doing. And then they're getting really nasty with it too. Fred Gutenberg, which is another anti-gun violence guy. I don't know what the fuck's up with these guys. I genuinely don't understand why so many of these Parkland school shooting survivors and survivor families that did great work trying to combat gun violence in this country have all become unbelievable and rapacious dick riders of AIPAC. I don't get it. Rashida Tlaib calls out all of the corporations that have funded the Haley Stevens campaign. Fred Gutenberg comes out and says, hey, Rashida Tlaib, you are a cancer on the Democratic Party in America. You and your stupid protest vote are the reason we have a second Trump term. You are not a Democrat, but you certainly use the party. As for influencers, check your own house and other fight agency clients like Plattner. Like I said, you are cancer. Matthew Hasan says, nothing to see here, just a Haley Stevens supporter repeatedly calling the only Palestinian American woman in Congress a cancer. But hey, the left and Abdul need to be more civil. Hey, when do you think you'll be barred from flying? What kind of question is that, man? Hopefully never. Okay, what are you talking about? The Parkland shooting left him completely bitter and jaded. Dog, if you have made it your life's mission, to stop school shootings in the United States of America, how can you not channel that same energy for AIPAC? How can you say, on the one hand, American kids shouldn't be dying in schools, and then also, on the other hand, say, but Iranian kids should be blown up in their schools. Palestinian kids should be blown up in their schools. Lebanese kids should be blown up in their schools, and we should give the country doing that unlimited tax dollars and unlimited funds. How does this not add in your mind? I'll give you one more domestic example, right? Because people will say, okay, that's Israel, that's a foreign policy issue. Maybe they're racist, who cares? Okay, these guys have fought back against NRA funding, tooth and nail. It's an honorable cause. It's an honorable cause in their advocacy, right? These guys hate NRA. Why do they hate NRA? Because NRA is the lobby that makes sure that there's no real legislation written that would create a sense of safety and security, common sense gun reforms, common sense gun legislation that people want, like universal background checks. The NRA has made that impossible, right? So they're very familiar with moneyed interest from special interest groups coming in and destroying the democratic process. They fucking hate that, right? They hate that shit. What is this? The Reality of Genocide, an important read? Oh, God. Like Shannon Watts would understandably yell at people if they were backed by the NRA. If there was a Democrat that was like backed by the NRA to the tune of $50 million, Shannon Watts would be like, the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be a Democrat and you're backed by one of the most significant MAGA-funded special interest groups in the country. You're not a real Democrat. But Shannon Watts is doing that for AIPAC. AIPAC is also MAGA. AIPAC is also funded almost entirely by Republican billionaires. Right? What the fuck? It's the same goddamn argument. You just don't see Israel's victims as human beings. That's the difference. Yeah. Mike Waltz called the arrest of Netanyahu by Zoran pure political theater. I mean, there is some truth to that sentiment. Ambassador Mike Waltz says, Mayor Mamdani, here's why your threat to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu in New York City in the UNGA is not going to happen. The U.S. is not party to the Rome Statute that underlines the ICC. The UN headquarters agreement grants diplomatic protections to visiting heads of government. Head of state immunity applies, and federal authority trumps any local mayor's wishes. This is pure political theater. Oh, yeah? So can the new supreme leader of the Islamic Republic show up and get that same protection? Are Greeks with Dr. Jihad? Are Greeks white is one of those questions that separates casual races from elite race scientists. Oh, I think Ben Shapiro loved the Odyssey, by the way. Yeah, they arrested Maduro in Caracas. What happened to the head of state protection? By the way, so that was, the Zoran thing. But we got more to talk about. We got situation monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. As John Fetterman is being asked about DSA not being traditional Democrats, Fox News learns that it turns out the IRGC did kill American troops, 2 of them in Jordan.
Stand by here. We've got some breaking news to get to right now out of the Middle East.
Oh my God, that would be so funny if they had to get John Fetterman to respond to this. Oh, I'm so bummed. Getting real-time feedback from John Fetterman on an issue that he doesn't have talking points for, that would be crazy. Especially an issue as important as this.
Some new news from CENTCOM here. We've got Lucas Tomlinson, who is live in Tel Aviv for us. Lucas, what are you hearing?
Aisha, we've just learned from the U.S. military central command in charge of all U.S. forces in the Middle East that 2 American service members have been killed and 1 is still missing after an Iranian missile attack on a base in Jordan. Additionally,
I think 4 of them also had to be medevac too.
We've learned that 4 American service members.
3 more for Israel, Former U.S. Air Force pilot close to U.S. Central Command says that at least 3 to 5 more soldiers on medevac planes will probably not survive. There are also 15 other soldiers with serious life-threatening injuries whose fate remain unclear. Yeah, 2 killed, 1 missing, 15 life-threatening severe injuries being airlifted to Germany. 3 to 5 on board the medevac who will probably not make it to Germany alive. Dozens of minor injuries and troops took shrapnel and debris. More traumatic brain injuries than anyone currently knows. Now, this is speculative. I don't know how reliable this information is, but I will say this. If you were to ask me what I think the actual numbers look like, I would say something along those lines, because that's usually how it goes. If there were 2 troops that died, that means there were 20 troops around him. Okay? That's not how this goes. Like, you don't... Iran doesn't have the capabilities of hitting small munitions like that are only capable of killing 2 people, right? Like, it's clear that there are far more that were probably hurt badly in the process. Hold on. Oh, hold on.
Were wounded. They were transferred to Jordanian hospitals and have since been discharged. This all coming last night after at least 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles fired from Iran hit a base in Jordan not long after U.S. Air Force personnel had arrived, part of President Trump's reinforcements, an F-16 squadron as well as an F-35 squadron. Of course, U.S. Air Force personnel are deployed throughout the Middle East. We've been heavily focused on the 2 U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike groups that are in the Arabian Sea. The Air Force isn't as public about where it deploys its forces, but Jordan is a major hub, along with bases here in Israel, also Qatar, UAE, and of course in Saudi Arabia. But Jordan has been a major hub. So once again, Aisha, 2 American service members have been killed. 1 is still missing, and 4 were wounded in an Iranian ballistic missile attack on a base in Jordan last evening. It is the first American casualties in months since those 6 U.S. Army personnel were killed in the early days of the war in the attack on Kuwait.
Yeah,
Aisha.
Terrible news this afternoon, Lucas. And we were anticipating, we'd heard some things about it and just wanted to make sure and confirmed it before we went on air with it, Lucas. So thank you for that report. As far as the 4 American service members that were injured and have now been medically evacuated, do you know anything more about how bad those injuries are and how they were injured?
It appears they were injured when these Iranian ballistic missiles hit their intended target at this base in Jordan. Let me read the statement from U.S. Central Command, Aisha. It says, on July 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospitals. They have since been discharged. Other personnel who were evaluated for minor injuries have returned to duty. Out of respect for the families, CENTCOM will be withholding additional information, including the identities of the fallen, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. So this is the alert from the U.S. Military Central Command about 2 American service members being killed. 1 is still missing. 4 wounded in action, treated at Jordanian hospitals and discharged. But earlier, we also spoke about other wounded American service members. 10 U.S. Army soldiers, 3 U.S. Navy sailors have been wounded in recent days before this attack last night on this air base in Jordan. Aisha.
And we knew that things were amping up because a senior IRGC commander this week was warning that if U.S. strikes continued for a couple of more days, and it had been going on for 7 consecutive nights, Lucas, that Iran would move into a phase of, quote, full-scale offensive operations. So they were certainly ready to amp this up, and it seems like they have. We have reached out to the White House, Lucas. I have been trying to get some sort of a...
I have a question. Why are they evacuating the wounded to Germany and not Israel? Surely this is closer to take care of them. I mean, look, the German facilities are the main facilities that they have. So that's the reason why. I would love to be like, oh, it's because Israel would never have them because they're selfish or whatever. But I think it's because it's the biggest one.
Comment from them this afternoon, and I was just checking Truth.
Fox, isn't their military obliterated according to you? Yeah, if I'm a Fox News watcher. Homophobia got y'all missing on some good hit. Okay, dude. So guys, excuse my confusion here because I'm a lifelong Fox News watcher. I'm a Donald Trump supporter. And I'm a little bit confused today. How did Iran kill American soldiers? I thought their military had been destroyed. That's what my president told me. So that's what's like confusing to me, because I was thinking like they have no navy, totally obliterated. Iran is really worried. It's just very strange because like I've been told over and over again that it's fucking done. It's a done deal. Iran is just like too stupid not to come and negotiate instantly. And for some reason, it almost feels like maybe we didn't win the last 100 times that Donald Trump claimed we won. Trump hasn't posted for 17 hours. Where are you, Mr. President? I need to hear from you. This is Fox. The White House just called a lid, meaning we will not expect to see or hear the president make any public appearance for the rest of the day. There's also this, obviously. Trump orders CENTCOM to open the gates of hell on Iran, Channel 14. I like that at least Channel 14, he's got a lid, but the lid doesn't extend to other countries, maybe? They're definitely planning the Kharg Island invasion. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, we shall see what happens tomorrow. That's the real test. That's the real question. Because, before market open, Donald Trump famously will always do one big battle, one big blow up, only to then fucking turn around. Only to then turn around and be like, just kidding. Iran, we're about to do a deal any moment now, any second now. He has a World Cup final to attend tomorrow, so he will wait. Oh, that's the other thing. That's true. There's the World Cup final tomorrow.
And we haven't seen anything from the president just yet. Of course, the question is now, does this change the strategy for the president, for the administration moving forward? I do remember, Lucas, I'm sure you do too, at the beginning of all of this, when people were asking about boots on the ground, what happens if we lose American soldiers, how that would impact his decision making. And he seemed to indicate that sometimes people get hurt and sometimes soldiers die when there's a conflict like this.
That's right, Aisha. We heard some of the early days of the war at the Pentagon briefing, both from
it's
the
Wawa
Secretary
Hall
of War,
time,
Pete
baby.
Hegseth, and the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, that casualties are part of war. We heard it from President Trump as well, that casualties are inevitable. And you mentioned 7 straight nights of American airstrikes inside Iran. Really, the first airstrike started back last week on July 7th when President Trump was in Ankara for the NATO summit, and Iran attacked those 3 commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz, one from Saudi Arabia, 2 others from the United Arab Emirates. Officials say that really irked President Trump, Iran breaking the memorandum of understanding. We heard President Trump say the ceasefire's over. That was the impetus to restart the war, certainly major combat operations in the skies over Iran. And we've been slowly seeing the Pentagon ramp up the target list. Before it was, Keshem Island, trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In the last few nights, we've seen bridges being taken out around Bandar Abbas. That's like the Norfolk of Iran. It's their largest naval base. It's a large commercial port and sits right on the Strait of Hormuz. So President Trump and the Pentagon want to see the Strait of Hormuz open to commercial traffic. But since these airstrikes have ramped up,
American do.
Traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has slowed to a trickle. In fact, it's been over 2 months since U.S. warships made that dangerous passage to the Strait of Hormuz as well.
Lucas, just very quickly here before I let you go, because I'm reading the CENTCOM statement along with you as well, and obviously details are limited as they are still talking with families, respecting the families. They're trying to withhold as much information about these fallen warriors as much as they can, but just trying to understand what happened here. Do you know if the Jordanians were launching defensive airstrikes in return? Do you know if is that what happened here? They just didn't catch a couple of these ballistic missiles?
Most likely, the U.S. Air Force was launching strike missions from this base in Jordan.
I got a diet American Dew. This is straight from the reflecting pool. For those of you who don't know, this is a very special America 250th birthday Diet Dew. It's the reflecting pool color, which is of course the American flag blue. They tap it from the reflecting pool. This is made with all of the toxic sludge that happens to be American flag blue. Delicious. And I got a club sandwich from Wawa, my favorite. I've talked about this before. When Wawa started making club sandwiches, my life changed. And every time I'm in the East Coast and there's a Wawa nearby, I down one of these bad boys for old time's sake.
Again, we've been very public. You see the CENTCOM video showing the 2 aircraft carriers in the Arabian Sea. We see the maps. We show them frequently of all the U.S. naval assets. We normally don't talk about U.S. Air Force assets in the Middle East because a lot of these countries, frankly, don't want it out there. They don't want it very public, although we have an idea, thanks to plane spotters and just monitoring open source media, when some of these jets arrive. But when you look at Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Al Dhafra, and the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar, Al Udeid, where President Trump spoke just a year ago, in the Middle East, the Air Force is deploying to countries throughout the Middle East, including here in Israel. In fact, dozens of more refueling planes are headed here, not just to Ben Gurion, but to the international airport here, but also to the desert, to Israeli Air Force bases. More fighter squadrons are heading in. I was told
Dual use?
Officials that in Jordan in particular, F-16 squadron from Germany was deployed there to Jordan. Also, another squadron of F-35 stealth fighter jets. Recently, we saw F-22 Raptors, also fifth-generation jets, leave the Middle East. So these were likely not just replacements, but President Trump is ramping up this conflict against Iran. And to do that, you need more firepower to do it. And it's not just the U.S. Navy, Aisha. You have to send U.S. Air Force squadrons. A lot of these are based from Germany, from Italy, and of course some from the United States as well.
Okay, Lucas, stay right there. We'll likely come back to you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Where's Lucas gonna go, bro? He's in Tel Aviv. He's stuck. Oh shit. We got a chatter that said just voted in the Troyotathon. Damn, I had a hard time saying that. UAE is scared. Iran, Fars news agency quoting a well-informed military source. If the United States attacks Iranian infrastructure, the airports of Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the ports of Fujairah and Jebel Ali must be immediately evacuated. Breaking news, UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs says we express our deep concern regarding the developments in the region and call for an immediate cessation of escalation. Huh. Wait, I don't get it. But y'all back that horse. And yes, it's Hoagie Fest, so obviously I got a chicken salad hoagie as well. I just what I don't understand is but like this is what you guys wanted, right? Like are you backing out now? I don't get it. Yeah, is there a problem with the war that you ordered? Because I thought y'all ordered this war, and now it kind of feels like you don't like it. Mojtaba Khamenei statement. Oh my God, from Barack Ravid. This guy even has Mojtaba Khamenei's fucking phone number. Whose phone number doesn't this guy have? Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, the great Satan's repeated violations of the memorandum of understanding signed between the presidents of Iran and the United States once again proved to everyone how worthless and unreliable the signature of the U.S. president is, and that bullying, hegemonic ambitions, and savagery are inseparable elements of the American way and doctrine. The great Satan has once again revealed his true face without a mask, so that this dark experience of crime and bad faith will stand as yet another powerful testament to America's deceitfulness, irrationality, untrustworthiness, and wickedness. Now that the American enemy is seeking to ignite war and even incur even heavier costs and greater disgrace, it should know that the beloved Iranian nation and the axis of resistance have unforgettable lessons in store for it. The bravery of the fighters of Islam and the courage of the people of Iran's southern region in recent days have already demonstrated examples of those lessons. Okay. I mean, that feels like he's not a big fan. I'm going to be honest. I don't think he's a big fan of the American government, it feels like. Now, here's what's interesting. Iran has begun to adapt to the U.S. air defense system, firing ballistic missiles that travel at extremely high speeds and can maneuver as they streak back towards Earth, according to U.S. officials who spoke to Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal reports, additionally, Iran has proven an ability to hit sensitive targets in the Middle East, raising concerns that the regime is getting targeting data and assistance from China and or Russia. Remember I told you? It's tit for tat. It's Russia, most likely. Or in exchange for Ukraine. Russia is mad that the United States is allowing NATO to give targeting, like to give strike targets. Russia is mad that NATO is giving additional intel to the Ukrainians to strike critical infrastructure, oil and gas and energy infrastructure in Russia with pinpoint accuracy. So it's obviously, you know, they're doing the same thing. They're responding in kind by giving Iranians the opportunity to do the same. In recent hours, we have been witnessing a significant shift in the strategy behind the Iranian missile attacks. Over the past few days, the primary target in the Middle East has been the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, a facility crucial to Israel's defense. Indeed, at the start of the war, the majority of Iranian missiles fired at Israel were intercepted over Iran, which serves as Israel's most critical air defensive layer. If Iranian attacks continue at this pace, the U.S. will sooner or later exhaust its stocks of Patriot missiles, supplies that have already been significantly depleted in recent months, leaving Israel far more vulnerable should it become directly involved in the war. Every time these guys do something, it literally feels like a chess move. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, it's not a joke. Every single attack, no matter how wasteful it looks, is literally for the next step. They're always moving 2 steps ahead. Always. Last time, they opened up the big salvos initially, right? They dumped their older munitions, and everyone was like, oh, they have nothing. They have nothing. They don't have new technology. Meanwhile, the reason why they were dumping large salvos over and over again, both on Israel, Bahrain, and all these other places, was specifically to exhaust the defensive munitions that the American side has. Then they started lowering the number of munitions that they were lobbing in the direction of both Israel and all these other allied nations, and started deliberately targeting radar systems. They shut off Israel's eyes and ears in the region, making it more difficult to calculate ballistic munition trajectory ahead of time through the network of eyes and ears that Israel and America has. Then they started penetrating the Israeli defense with far less munitions. So while the United States of America was looking at like, oh, they're sending less missiles, that means that we've successfully attrited their striking capabilities. The reality wasn't that their striking capabilities have been significantly deteriorated. It was that they had no necessity to continue lobbing all of the missiles that they were lobbing. Plus, any kind of pushback did not actually permanently diminish their strike capabilities, regardless. And all of the attacks on Iranian TELs only made it a little bit more difficult for them to continue lobbing missiles in the direction of Israel. Bonzer Barry's tweet has the New York Times analysis on it. Let's see. Oh, this one. New York Times, the U.S. officials offered a recounting of the last 5 days of Iran's attacks on Jordan. Jordan obviously plays a major role in the Israeli defenses, and Iran recognizes that. So now they're eliminating the installations, like the anti-missile systems that exist in Jordan. This is also a huge point of leverage for Iran. Why? The chicken salad sandwich wasn't as good as I remember it. Somewhat disappointing. So, why would... Okay, chat. Why would opening up more avenues to strike Israel with ease be a significant problem for America if America is going to invade Iran? Why would that be an issue, right? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the primary focus and the entire reason why we are even striking Iran to begin with is because of Israel. So, in some ways, we're cutting out in some ways, because our primary focus is defending Israel, and because our goal is to advance Israel's interests in the region, if Israel is under imminent threat, like far more significant threat by Iranian ballistic munitions, we're probably going to second guess a potential invasion. Instead of invading Iran, we will most likely try to focus our efforts on defending Israel in the interim, and then we will focus our efforts on probably trying to get a ceasefire, at which point Iran will have even more leverage. Last round of attacks, Operation Epstein Fury 1.0, Iran got the nuclear weapon of trade, control over the Strait of Hormuz. This time around, if Iran has these striking capabilities, if Iran can establish a far higher rate of successive strikes on Israeli soil, that is even bigger advantage. Bibi masterfully shifted Israel's war with Iran onto the United States, then sat back and watched it unfold from the comfort of his sofa. Indeed, a remarkable outcome for Netanyahu as things currently stand. He pulled the U.S. into a strategically self-defeating war with Iran and the Hormuz crisis that followed. Now America owns the military and economic consequences while Israel can largely remain on the sidelines. I don't think Israel is going to largely remain on the sidelines. I think there is a reason why Iran is striking Jordan. There's a reason why Iran is striking Jordan. It's because they want to strike Israel. Jordan plays a profoundly important role in interceptions, taking away a big chunk of the burden from the immediate Israeli defenses. If Jordan falls, missile penetration through the Israeli defenses will increase, especially the cheaper drones that are far slower that Iran can send in these massive barrages. The first attack hit the U.S. forces in Jordan, struck a residential facility in King Faisal Air Base, wounding as many as 5 U.S. service members, they said. This is for the New York Times, reporting on the Jordanian incident. The second hit a base in eastern Jordan where U.S. Black Hawk helicopters were operating from, damaging a significant number of them. Then, 48 hours ago, Iranian missiles hit Jordan's Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Azraq, which is the same base where troops were killed on Friday, the official said. The earlier strike wounded about 20 troops rushing to take cover in bunkers. No one was killed in that barrage. But on Friday, when the Iranians struck the base again, 2 U.S. troops were killed. The flurry of attacks and the losses they have caused are a sign that Iranian forces not only still have ample missile stocks, but also have become more adept at evading U.S. defense systems. U.S. air defense systems, said the U.S. officials who were speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational manners. By the way, dying before you could actually take cover is an indication of what? I'm asking the classroom. This is Streamer University, but instead we're doing geopolitical affairs. What could it be an indication of that the United States troops positioned inside of a U.S. airbase are not running fast enough to get to cover? That's right. No radar and no comms systems. You guessed it. Brilliant answer, chatters. Congratulations. Eyes and ears are gone. Okay? That's how it works. They were sleeping. Dog. It's the fucking U.S. military. There is no they're sleeping. Alarms are supposed to start blaring at least 15 minutes ahead of time, or however long the early advanced warning systems work. I'm not, an expert in this stuff. And you're supposed to get your fucking ass to bed. Get your ass out of bed and go to the fucking bunker.
This is first-person footage captured by American service member showing the moment Iranian missiles struck Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. The strikes hit the area where the living modules were located, resulting in the loss of at least 2 American soldiers, with 1 service member reported missing and 4 others injured. According to U.S. CENTCOM, the soldiers lost their lives while defending the base against drones and ballistic missiles, while the 4 wounded service members sustained serious injuries. The injured personnel have since been discharged from the hospital. The strike occurred on the night of July 18th. This is first-person footage captured by American service members.
It's cooked. Watch the footage with audio instead. Okay, they're literally running into the bunker. No fucking air raid sirens. No sirens. They're running into the bunker after the first or the second fucking bomb exploded on base. That's what's really important to understand about this footage. Okay? No sirens. No early advanced warning systems. They're trying to panic rush into the bunkers after bombs have already dropped on the base. What the fuck are they thinking, bro? They're just gonna sit there with no radar at all?
so that the Iranians moved up the escalation ladder much, much faster than what they'd done before. There was a meeting in Muscat, as you remember, 10 days or so ago, that unfortunately failed. They did not reach a deal. But the Iranians apparently bombed Oman immediately afterwards.
Take it.
Just hours after the foreign minister had been in Muscat. So there is also a scenario now that in which many of these GCC states are believing that the Iranians are too aggressive. And as a result, also you're seeing a bit more of a coalescence.
Audio only chatter. Who is the guy that sounds like Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of Quincy Institute? Damn. You got it, chatter. You got it. It is Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. What is this? France's goalie is paid by England. 0-2 before 20-minute match time is crazy. Look out for a loser in a Hawaiian shirt and a girl in a dog collar. They're looking for you for nefarious reasons. Oh yeah, I've heard that there are kick streamers that are trying to like disrupt the process for some strange reason. Just loser shit. Why do your ops sound like a Yakuza sub story? Dog, if you knew what they look like, you would realize they're not like a Yakuza sub story at all. That makes this sound way fucking cooler than they actually are. By the way, I will say, it is very strange that just like literal stalking is so fucking normalized. Like straight up cyber stalking and like also literally physically stalking someone is so normalized that these guys like have entire communities dedicated to doing that shit. But you know, what are you gonna do? Is it ready to go? Yeah, of course. Okay. It's raining hard. Bring an umbrella. I don't need it. A lot of gold in that room. Are you in the Trump White House? Yes, I'm in the president's ballroom, dude. You got me. This is guys, that's why I came to DC. It was a lie. It wasn't for, listen, I need you to understand something. It actually wasn't. It wasn't because I'm speaking at the College Democrats of America. It's because I'm staying in the president's ballroom. In the presidential ball sack.
GCC unity, which frankly, throughout the war, we hardly saw any of that at all. On the contrary, it was massive disunity. It was during the war that the Emiratis pulled out of OPEC. It is, it's after the war, but nevertheless, we just saw that the Saudis have stopped payment connections to the UAE, etc. So there was a lot of tensions. The Emiratis were trying to convince the Saudis and others to actually join the war.
Where is this coming from? Trump's reaction to Iran saying it's no longer following the memorandum of understanding? I couldn't care less, News Nation. I thought he had a lid. What happened? It's the paid Truth Social subscription. Wait, is that what they're getting? Are they getting it straight from the source? I thought he wasn't doing interviews. I thought he wasn't giving any information out. But he's out here. First, we heard from Channel 14. He's like talking to Israeli news. And on top of that, he's talking to fucking Newsroom or Newsmax. What's next, bro? Is he going to do a One America News Network hit too? Yeah, I can't believe the president is a Patreon poster. Early subscriber poster. It's incredible. Trump, in his first reaction to the announcement that 2 U.S. service members were killed in the Iranian attacks, tells News Nation, it's very sad. It's a very sad thing. We hate to see it happen. It's in service to our country. Yeah, when he says our country, he means Israel. Our country of Israel. Later, after Iran announced it was suspending its commitments under the interim agreement, Trump said he couldn't care less. He's more like OnlyFans? I know. Ay, ay, ay. Penobscot County, 44-vote Troy sweep. Rah, the Toyota is set to be deployed. Sean Fain speaking at the Abdul rally. Let's hear from our GOAT.
There's nothing like being in Detroit and the sounds of Eminem. Man, nothing. And there's also nothing better than being in a place where we all come together for a common cause. To reverse the worst wealth inequality in the history of this country and take back power for the working class.
My GOAT.
You know, on behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, welcome to a proud union town. You know, Michigan is a sacred place for the UAW. It's the home of the sit-down strikes of the 1930s that lit the labor movement, lit it on fire, and gave birth to the American dream. An American dream that said working class people could have a dignified life. A life where you could raise a family, you could own a home, you could take the kids to the doctor without worrying about breaking the bank. You could retire knowing that you were going to be okay because you had a pension and health care that you earned. You know, but over the last 40 years, corporate greed has wreaked havoc on our communities. And the billionaire class turns around and tells us it's our fault. They tell us workers make too much money. They tell us pensions aren't realistic. They say that we don't deserve the dignity that we fought so hard to win. And then they told us that it wasn't the billionaire class we should blame. They told us to blame immigrants. They tell us to blame people that look different than you, or love different than you, or pray different than you. And now that same billionaire class is pumping millions of dollars into our politics. All you have to do is turn on the TV here in Michigan, and you see corporate and AIPAC-funded bullshit blanketing the airwaves. The UAW had to send a cease and desist letter to Dark Money Super PAC running a TV ad with the UAW wheel and President Obama attempting to mislead voters. And you think about that. The same corporations and billionaires who have screwed working people in this country over and over again are funneling dark money organizations. They don't have to tell you where their money comes from, so they can blanket the airwaves with their bullshit and try to mislead working class people as they vote. Is that okay with you? No. Hell no. Just like it's not okay that 12 billionaires and now
wow, he's being quite anti-Semitic, sweetie, for saying Israel shouldn't be able to buy this election and mislead voters. He's being anti-black too.
While working class people struggle to afford groceries, struggle to keep the lights on and put gas in the tank, let alone pay for child care, medical bills, and rent.
Oh, they're here. All
Let
right.
me ask you a question.
We'll see you on the other side in a
Don't we
second,
deserve
chat.
better than this? Don't working class people deserve dignity? You're damn right we do. And if there's one thing I've learned in my 32 years as a member of the UAW, it's that the working class can only win what we're willing to fight for. This is a pick a side moment. And the only reason we're in the position we're in America right now is because too many Democrats can't decide who the fuck they want to stand with. So we need to make sure that whoever represents this state in Washington, D.C., brings the same fighting spirit that runs through our veins in the blue-collar towns across this state. And the fighter our union wants in the U.S. Senate is Abdul El-Sayed. You know, a few weeks back, Abdul spoke to our UAW Constitutional Convention, where over 1,000 UAW delegates gathered in Detroit. UAW members from all over the country and from every part of Michigan, from Detroit to Flint to Three Rivers to northern Michigan, and they were on their feet. And these people also come from all over the political spectrum. We have members that are Republicans, we have members that are Democrats, we have members that are independent, we have members that don't give a damn about any of these parties. But the thing that was cool that day is they were all saying the same thing after Abdul spoke. They were saying, this guy understands me. This guy gets me. We love this guy. That's because working class people are done with politics as usual. Politics that tell us we can't think too big. We can't expect too much. We can't be too bold. It's the same thing the boss tells workers all the time. Don't ask for livable wages. Don't ask for good health care. Don't ask for a secure retirement. Don't ask for time off. Don't ask for dignity. And we know that's all bullshit. It's the same thing the companies told us in 2023. And then tens of thousands of auto workers had the courage to stand up against the big three and say, enough is enough. We struck all three companies at the same time. And we fought and we won. It's what American Axle Workers said last month. 1,000 members of UAW Local 2093 went on strike. They never wavered, and they won their demands. They fought, and they won. Also in the last month, right here in Warren, Michigan, 1,000 UAW Local 400 members of Bridgewater Interiors let the company know that if they wanted to fuck around, they were gonna find out. So the company decided to give workers the raise that they deserved and that they demanded. They fought and they won. You know, the political class always tells us not to ask for much. Don't ask for Medicare for all. Don't ask for billionaires to stop buying our political system. Don't ask for enough money to afford a damn life. Well, Abdul is calling bullshit on that. He's building a real working class movement that, like our union says loud and proud, we deserve better. That's why the UAW is going all out in this Senate primary and is going to fight like hell for Abdul, because we know Abdul will fight like hell for us. When we elect Abdul, he won't be alone. He'll be joining a growing group of fighters for the working class. Another kind of political movement that is possible. It's one that's built by, of, and for working class people. And our next speaker knows all about building a movement. She's inspired millions to actually fight, to run for office, to go on strike. She's helped build one of the most inspiring political movements that I've seen. And it's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. I've learned from her, and I know everyone in this room has. So Detroit, please join me in welcoming this badass fighter for the working class, our friend, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Hello, Detroit! How are we feeling tonight? Good evening. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you all tonight. And I want to first thank UAW President.
Yeah. You can show at this point. All right.
Are you comfortable? You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the second leg of our journey here, heading to the conference hall for the College Democrats of American National Convention, where I will be delivering the opening remarks, right?
Yeah.
Which is
opening
pretty crazy.
up general session.
Yeah, opening up the general session. Who are some of the other speakers? I know Kat is going to speak after me as well.
Yeah, Sid.
Kat spoke. Maila spoke yesterday. Deja Fox spoke, and then we had just had Jamie Raskin like 30 minutes ago.
Oh damn, I missed Jamie Raskin.
Yeah,
that's cool.
A fireside chat with him.
But who's speaking tonight? I'm speaking, and then who else?
Let me double check the schedule.
Yeah, the panel went really well. We were very satisfied.
Yeah, I did a panel earlier today off stream chat. Where I spoke. There was like a little Q&A thing that we did with Deja Fox and Kat Abugzalek, and it was pretty good.
We'll seem a little low. Can you check chat for the audio files? Is there saying anything?
Are the audio levels good, chat? I mean, Dave is watching too. Dave is monitoring too. He'll text me if the audio level's bad. Audio cable, no.
Audio cable, no?
Oh, no, sounds good. Never mind.
Okay.
They're saying give us AOC back. Oh, because AOC was talking.
Oh.
That's crazy, bro. You know what? Fuck you, chat. Here. All right, go back to listening to AOC. Fuck you guys, and then I'll
A majority in the Senate. And we need a firewall against an administration that is hell-bent on tearing down in 4 years what it took this country 250 years to build. just a few nights ago, in Trump's primetime address. And for those of you who wisely tuned it out, Donald Trump spent most of his speech rehashing the same big old tired lie that he actually, quote unquote, won the 2020 election. And we know he will stop at nothing to stay in power. And we know that it has nothing to do with true or false. They will do everything they can to try to overturn our democracy in November. And if we do not take back the House and the Senate, we're going to make it a whole lot easier for him and his cronies to do just that. So Michigan, we have no time to waste. The question before us is, how do we win a durable majority? How do we get out of this pattern that we seem to have been stuck in for years? This state knows it well. 6 elections started off, 6 elections in a row, starting in 1992. Democratic presidential candidates won here in Michigan. In fact, it wasn't even particularly close in most of those contests. But then in 2016, something shifted. Not just here in Michigan, but across the country. Not just with Democrats, but also Republicans. And to many political watchers, it seemed that the laws of political nature were totally upended. But it happened in all directions. And that's also part of what Bernie's campaign spoke to 10 years ago as well. And that's also what Trump's victory in the fall in this state represented, this oscillation in response to the failure of our political system to address the needs of working people. These earthquakes and aftershocks. 2 years after 2016, we had another aftershock across the country. And as a part of that, I went from being a waitress to winning a primary against a 20-year Democratic incumbent who was meant to be the next Speaker of the House. So I get it, Michigan, because my frustrations, precisely because the stakes of Republican leadership are so high, precisely because of their corruption, their discrimination, the gutting of voting rights, I understood the stakes of cleaning up my own backyard back here at home. That we had to look at our contributions and why people like my family and my neighborhood felt so failed by the party in charge of championing the working class and saying, how can we be better? In fact, we have a responsibility to be. And all of us have been trying to get a handle on what all of that means ever since. And we do know some of the many contributing causes and factors. Like, yes, one of the causes, deep causes, have been bad trade deals that hollowed out states like Michigan. Another cause was the record income inequality and the Great Recession spurred on by unchecked greed on Wall Street. And yes, yet another cause was the suite of shameful and quiet bigotries waiting in the shadows in pockets of our country. Racism, sexism, fear of our neighbor that seem to gnash their teeth the strongest the closer we get to uniting across our differences. All of these things are true, and yet there's more. because it was also due to a political system that had, over decades and across parties, become totally enmeshed in a financial and electoral politics that stopped serving working people. Our entire electoral system has been consumed by big money. And thanks to this Republican administration, Donald Trump, and this corrupt Supreme Court, it is now worse than ever before. So instead of putting voters first year after year, with little exception, Washington now elevates the desires of lobbyists and powerful corporations at the expense of the rest of us. And what does that mean in practice? Real wages are falling behind.
All right, chat. We're back. I'm sorry. I know you're listening to AOC or whatever, but like, perhaps I will flip it back in a little bit. But we're here. We're at the convention hall. Your boos mean nothing. I'm gonna deliver a speech in a little bit. Your audio is too low.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, that's
boosted.
What?
I have it all the way up.
Why do you think that's happening? You think it's the windsock?
Sorry, Jack.
What about now? Also, the audio might be low unless you're like directly pointing at me.
Yeah,
Remember,
that's
this
the
is
other thing.
super directional.
Yeah, it is.
What about now? Better now? Way better? It's fine, better. Yeah, I mean, we don't need the windsock.
Yeah.
So.
Not yet.
Better, he farted.
That's what it sounds like when you take it
Yeah,
off.
when you take the windsock off.
Let's chill right here real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check what room we have you in.
Okay. It's a little quiet, but there's a lot of room to raise the volume bar, 100%.
But when you use this input, you can only control it from here. You can't control it from the camera.
Huh.
Yeah.
What about the dials on it? Where you
I have
tweak?
it all the way up to 10. Plus 20.
Okay. That's
and
weird.
I took off the low cut too. But maybe some audio files can
Yeah.
advise me.
Or, yeah, whatever the one that we have.
We can always just switch to the labs.
That's true, but the labs are really bad with the mic. I feel like it's
we'd have
it's
to switch up
crunchy.
completely.
It's super crunchy. You brought the labs though, right?
Yeah, they're right.
Oh hell yeah. This is it? The whole room just for me? I mean, he can chill here. I mean, I'm just
We're gonna
live.
have Kat and everyone else come through as well.
I mean, like, no one's here besides me.
Okay, that's chill.
No one uses this room besides here. So, yeah.
Damn.
Are you Hasan, by the way?
Yeah, what's up?
Cool.
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. Tate.
I'm live right now.
Oh, you're live right now?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, my.
Yeah,
are
you're
we
on stream.
Twitch? Yeah, that's wild.
We have a spread of British delicacies that have been brought to you by one of our Dems Abroad people.
Prophet Strand.
Wow. How does that work? So Dems abroad?
They're like mostly college students that are Americans that just study abroad, and there's just a high concentration of them that happen to be Democrats.
Okay.
So we've
Rumke, also remember, like, this is not being picked up audio-wise, probably.
Yeah.
We should have done there's a dual use, but with the switcher, where it could pick up both the audio from. That's what this is for.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be able to pick up the audio and the lav mic.
Yeah. And I realized as we were in the cab that
You didn't bring the.
I didn't bring the adapter for the second port. There's a third port, but you can't do both.
No, okay.
Either
It's
I
fine.
I can have it and I can switch to the labs, or to the shotgun. But
Yeah.
not both.
Yeah. No, I understand. It's all good.
I couldn't find that adapter actually.
Yeah, no, it was in the bag. I'm pretty sure, but. Hi.
This is a nice screen.
Yeah. Is the room that I'm going to be speaking in similar to this, or?
Yeah, the same one as before, our big
Oh, the same one as before.
Room.
Okay, yeah. Oh, they got Iron Brew. This is Irish, isn't it? Or Scottish? It's not Irish, it's Scottish. Right? Am I saying? Is it correct? The shotgun mic is usually fine unless this is in his equipment. No, this is a directional mic. It's a different kind of shotgun, chat. The normal shotguns that we use are not as good at picking up from long distance when you like aim it in a specific direction. This one has to be aimed directly at the speaker at all times, otherwise you won't be able to hear it. Like there's no audio. It doesn't really like pick up audio from the sides at all. And then the Tato is Irish. I know that. Yeah, maybe David will be able to help out. It is cold as fuck in here. Holy shit. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Did they bring these for Hasan?
No, I think they just brought it in general. Friends from abroad.
Should we do an impromptu tier list?
I don't want to eat right now. I'm already full as fuck from that Wawa club sandwich I crushed. You guys don't know how good you have it out here if you're out here with the Wawas. No Wawas in LA. It's the only L for LA. Well, that and no good bagels, no good subs. But I guess Jersey Mike's can, that I can make do with that. Oh man. So the speech is supposed to start when? At 6:10. All right, so in 20 minutes. Okay, so we got 20 more minutes, chat. 20 more minutes until the speech starts. And who else is gonna be here? Kat's gonna be here?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Kat Abghazaleh is gonna be joining us. Dave is working on troubleshooting. Mike is fine when it's facing you. Yeah, I know. That's fix hair in back. What is it? Which side is what's fucked up? Sunset Sinkhole. 20 more minutes of low audio. Yeah. Wait, is it still low audio?
Well, I was turned away from it for like 1 second.
Is it still low audio or is it not low audio when I'm speaking directly? Because if it's low audio, then we'll just flip to the fucking law mics and it's fine.
I think it might be a good idea.
They're saying no. Audio is leveled well.
But like, unless I'm standing next to you over there, that's like all the audio is gonna come off the speakers. But
do you want to hook up into the?
We can swap.
No, that won't work. Let's just switch to the law mics. Fuck it.
Do you wanna flip the live mic to you, and if we need it, I'll enable it on my end.
Yeah,
because I won't be able to do it once you're up there.
Yeah. All right, we'll just switch it to the lavs.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, hold up, chat. Let's just switch to the lav,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna put this down.
There was a click that happened and the audio levels got a lot more quiet when in the car. Make sure the on switch is flipped on the mic itself so it's getting phantom power.
Yeah, it's on. It wouldn't. We wouldn't hear anything if that wasn't on. Let me. Let's do some clicking.
Okay.
Oh, is that better? Is that better? Was that actually? That actually is better, isn't it?
Wait, is it?
I see a lot more.
Wait.
That actually might have really improved it.
Wait, what did you click off?
So instead of, I took away the 20 decibel.
Oh, it's way better. Holy fuck, we can hear him way better.
Wow.
Whoa, it's so loud.
Okay, I can bring it down a little bit.
Okay, now you can. Way louder now. That's so funny.
All right. Problem solved.
Much. Oh yeah, that's loud as fuck. I can hear myself.
I can bring it down. like in the middle, at the middle spot. I'm gonna do that.
That's fine. I mean, I think it's okay. Louder.
This looks good. It's in the middle now, Chad.
Louder. Loud as fuck. Really good audio and the camera's crisp. Okay, good.
Wow. Them saying that click? I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chatter.
Click for you.
The click.
It was David.
Thanks, David. Should I put the sock back on?
I mean, there's no wind.
Yeah, there's
What is the
It's
sock
just in
for?
my pocket. Now I got a sock in my pocket.
Okay.
No, we're good. It's too low. Okay, I'll bring it back up, guys. I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry. There we go. Ready for the way too dank.
Should I, I'm gonna test out the speech. I'm gonna get up there and do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's see.
Wait,
What's good?
It would be a funny bit if you like start it and we show the audience.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Well, we'll wait for him to be done working.
Oh, you good? Go ahead.
Oh, no.
If you guys bother you, we can.
No, it's
You
fine.
sure?
I was gonna get up there and
Oh, okay, of course. Let me
no,
just
but
do it
you
quickly.
do your
5
thing.
minutes. Hold
Yeah,
on.
you do your thing. Yeah, harassing the working class. Classic nuisance streamer behavior. You know what I mean? Dude, I am so unbelievably tired. I don't even know how this is possible. Cooked.
Chad, I'm turning on low cut. Another clip.
What does that do?
The AC that people hear, low cut kind of takes that out.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
They can hear the AC?
Yeah, I saw somebody say that.
That's
Yeah.
They're audio perverts, dude. That's fucking nut. They can hear the AC.
Yeah.
The low rumble of the AC.
Did that help, Chad?
I don't think that person actually is in the chat anymore because they when they heard the click, they heard your hair move. They heard your hair move and they were like, "This is unbearable. I'm fucking leaving. I have audio sensory issues." Yep, I hear it. I lost to the AC. Craig. Okay. Oh, we're good to go? I hear your stomach rumbling, he said.
Wow.
All right.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Here we are.
Hold on. Where are you going to film from?
That's a question for these guys. Where am I going to stand when I'm in the room?
You have a stage, like a platform.
No, but that's too far. We don't have a
Okay, great.
Yeah, we don't have the proper.
Yeah, I don't have a tripod or anything.
We don't have the proper. What do you call it? Yeah. Plus, you'll be too far for the mic too.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I could tap into a mult box. You guys have a mult box? Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. This is way more awkward than delivering a speech in front of an audience. I just realized this is like way worse because there's like 3 people in here. All right. Enough applause, everybody. Enough. What a great honor to be here in the heart of American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing an insurgency. No applause. No. Stop. To be honest, I'm a little bit confused. When I first got the call from the College Democrats of America, I thought to myself, perhaps the Center for American Progress has openly put a hit out for me. Maybe it's a trap. After all, it's not a secret that there are many, many people in the Democratic Party who simply wish I would go away, who wish that the movement would go away. Well, I'm here to tell you, we are here to stay. Applause break.
Oh, that's crazy. What the fuck? Oh.
Now, a lot of people, and how long is the speech? 20, right?
25 minutes.
Okay, 25 is too long. Yeah, no. Now, a lot of people, including probably your future employers,
They call me a lot of names: a radical, an idealist, a terror lover. But one thing they never call me is a liar. And I think that anyone who wants a better future for the world, let alone this country, for anyone like that, it's our job to always seek truth from facts and to always say the truth, to expand the knowledge that we have of the world around us and to use that knowledge to build a worldview and then to change the world. Now, this task takes on a new importance today. Lies and disinformation are the currency of our enemies on the right. Unable to compete with us over here in reality, right-wingers instead try to make humanity live in their dangerous fantasy land, constantly finding new enemies in our neighborhoods to position as a reason for why we are all experiencing the same struggles born out of capitalism, some more than others. But sometimes I'm a glass half full kind of guy. When the right traffics in lies, the lane for telling it like it is wide open. And whoever can do that, whoever can tell the truth, they will own the future. But people fail this basic test all the time, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm sure that many of you in this room have felt the same energy that I do. A feeling shared by more and more people all the time, of frustration with decades of political ineptitude in the face of rising fascism. Many people in this room have only known Donald Trump. But the older folks here and watching at home, think about that. The only politics that many people in this room have ever known is shot through with Donald J. Trump. Political life shaped from above by a narcissistic tyrant who enriches himself, his ridiculous family, the Epstein class, as well as the billionaires who were too smart to get caught going to Little St. James Island, and even ones who were uninvited because their vibes were too atrocious for the other pedophiles. Elon Musk. Now, although American politicians have never been much at truth-telling, for over 10 years, the terms of our discourse have been set by this megalomaniacal pervert. The late writer Mike Davis summed up our situation well in his final published essay a few years ago. He said, "Unlike the high Cold War, when politburos, parliaments, presidential cabinets, and general staffs to some extent balanced megalomania at the top, there are few safety switches between today's maximum leaders and Armageddon. Never has so much fused economic, media, and military power been put into the hands of so few people. To you, young people of America who have chosen to enter the world of electoral politics, I know that you have grown up in this degraded era where bigotry and deceit are so blatantly rewarded in society. An era in which our rulers would rather us choke on wildfire smoke than re-examine how our way of life damages our planet, the only home we'll ever know. This wretched era in which the third world is staring down disaster because of the upheaval caused by ours and Israel's war on Iran. This ridiculous era in which a Supreme Court dominated by religious nutjobs rewrites our laws at will. In this world, I know, even just a little bit of truth can feel like a life raft. It's why so many of you are in this room, because you meet other people like yourselves, and you talk about these problems together, and you feel both less alone and closer to the truth. Now, it's fair to say, as I mentioned already, that I'm not the friend of many people in the Democratic Party, but that's okay. In politics, if you're everyone's friend, then you are no one's friend. But I am here today because the times have gotten very strange, and new political opportunities are all around us. Chances for us to push radical political change through an electoral system that, right now, is also going through a transformation. And you can feel the changes with every news story, the sense of backlash that's in the air. Inflation is not under control. Data centers that no one wants are taxing the energy grids, fueling an AI bubble that may not really replace you, but will get you laid off regardless. It seems like every week our mass Gestapo, ICE, kills another innocent person. In all my years, I don't remember this much blood on American pavement in my life. I often say that the United States is an empire in decline. And home, that means we are a nation in crisis. But where so much of Washington sees dangerous instability, I and many of you see promise. I see a real opportunity to change this country's trajectory, to improve the lot of humanity. I know you feel it too. It's rooms like these that remind me just how many people see right from wrong and want to do something about it. Especially crowded rooms like this one. That's not going to be in the speech. All around the country, we are getting real fighters elected. Fighters who see the crisis and can describe it in clear and truthful terms, in uncompromising terms. This means demanding an end to the endless wars, an end to profiteering off of health care, an end to the rule by people who put the interests of capital over the interests of the working class. It's talk like this that has Washington terrified, that has MAGA terrified. These people and hate movements who try to control our lives are most afraid of popular action, of democracy, of the people. They're afraid of us because of the simple fact that there are more of us than there are of them. There always have been, and there always will be. There are more good, decent people with moral conviction who find it unfathomable that the wealthiest nation on earth chooses to spend its billions on blowing up schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. Kind people who can't understand why, in the wealthiest nation on earth, there are hundreds of thousands of people who will go to sleep outside tonight, and millions more who live paycheck to paycheck. Hard-working people, frustrated that an honest day of labor delivering packages, cleaning counters, or teaching children is no longer enough to take care of a family or own a home. All the while, the world's wealthiest man sits around tweeting racist screeds. Wait, is this still going? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Just cut off my own fucking flow there a little bit. I was getting in the groove, getting my groove on. Tweeting racist screeds and unfunny jokes as the people grow his net worth to the trillions. I should add that none of this is an accident. The inequality is the design of our system. When you see broken downtowns in a state of disrepair, or potholes that never get filled, or homeless people suffering in the streets, remember, this is the design of our system. It is not the moral failings of the individual, but of a whole architecture, the ultra-rich sticking their hands in the pockets of everyone else. It is not the moral failings of the individual, but of an entire architecture where the ultra-rich stick their hands in the pockets of everyone else. Just as every person who has no shelter is a policy failure, every billionaire is a policy failure, and every congressperson who's refused to change these policies have failed you. They have placed other interests above the people's. I say no more. We say no more. I've traveled all around the country and talked to countless people over dozens of protests, rallies, and marches. I've been shot at by my own police department that I pay the salary of, with weapons that I funded for them, with tactics that we see taking shape abroad and elsewhere. But one thing I always hear from the people alongside myself is no more. And not just no more to the Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, who betray. Democrats who will cooperate with fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help the bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. And in fact, we have a message for you. We're coming. We are unbossed, unbought, and unbowed, and we will become undeniable. And then that's it. Rah! Thunderous applause.
All right, let's get you on stage.
Are we ready to go?
This is for the edit. I'm just getting this for the edit.
How do we feel? What was that speech? Was it good, Ron?
Yeah, it was great. You want to take off the mic? Just pocket it. We won't be needing that now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think just for safety, I keep it.
Cool.
Oh, it's already starting. Damn.
The Disability Caucus, my personal favorite caucus.
Can we go back in the hallway?
Okay.
Sure. Ava to be the next. No, anyway, Vanessa to be the next.
And they slotted someone in while you were practicing.
What?
They saw your Twitch stream and they slotted someone in while you were practicing.
Oh.
So like for 5-6 more minutes.
Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't have to practice. I could have just stopped.
Oh, you're all good.
Yeah, I've actually never practiced for a speech before. This is my first time. A lot of new things happening for the College Democrats of America. Chas seems to like it.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, I don't know. You've heard some of these before. What'd you think? DSA Slate or this one?
Well, I'm on camera mode, so I'm not like listening as closely.
Okay,
as
I see how it is. I didn't
But,
captivate you so
know,
much that you fucking...
You know, I'm biased. I got my preferences. But that was pretty good. That was fire.
Take the staple off.
All right, well, we got chairs.
I still will have to introduce him.
Well, he could be in the hallway or
Yeah.
I feel like they'd want to actually.
I'm gonna speak for a little bit, and then like I will introduce someone up on stage.
Okay.
And we can get started. Sure.
Sorry, I'm just sitting on, you know.
10 minutes? Okay.
This guy's been riding this halfway.
Are they doing roll call of all the different regions?
After his speech.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's just like opening address and he passes us for a second.
Oh, okay. Well, we could practice it again if you want.
No. Just then they're going to slot someone else in, and then fucking we're cooked. Practice voice doesn't equal go time voice. It'll be fine. Wait, what the fuck was wrong with my practice voice? Did Hasan speak yet? No. Remind the people that Father Time is taking old politics out. Does the mic have a voice changer on it? I don't want him sounding too soy. Thanks, Chatter. Worst I need to practice on chat now, you've been nervous? No, I'm not. Throwing a what gives? Yeah, I'm gonna go up there and be like, I'm a numbers guy, and I've decided I'm gonna do the entire speech, like with the Patrick Bet-David cadence, and talk to the Democrats and try to get them to join the Republican Party because obviously those are the business guys. You Democrats, you don't understand good business like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a big businessman, and I'm a numbers guy,
And I ChatGPT it, I grok it, and I found out that all of you Democrats, all of you young Democrats, when you get older, you are going to become Republican. Talk about Singapore. Okay. I'm going to get up there and be like, I'm here to talk to you about the glorious city-state of Singapore, its beautiful ports, and also my undying love and loyalty to making sure that free flow trade continues through all straits, from the Strait of Hormuz to Malacca. Bob el-Mandeb to the Straits of Hormuz, to the Strait of Malacca, and beyond. Singapore, more like Singaports. That's what I think of all the time. I love import, I love export, I love commerce, and I love trade. Except for one man, and one man only. His name, More Pegasus. M. Pegasus. More Pegasus. More Pegaslop. He goes by many names, but the one I know him as is criminal. More Pegasus, for the longest time, has betrayed the beautiful nation-state of Singapore, the land that he occupies and resides in, the laws and the fantastic criminal justice system that has maintained its integrity until now. More Pegasus has slandered and defamed an international shipping magnate, me, Hasanabi Piker.
Yeah, you can do 25 minutes of that.
Yeah. This is the real speech.
Are you guys live still?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what gone means? G-O-N.
G-O-N?
Yeah, we got like 50 people comment that under our ticket link. No?
I have no idea.
Someone called Hasani gone.
It sounds like another chat.
It's over,
Another
little
community.
buddy. Hasan got you banned.
Sure.
I have no idea what that is. Like, is in Hunter x Hunter? I don't know. People give time to savor those amazing points and concepts. Let them savor those tasty morsels. Oh, they're saying Gon Fit maybe? Like Hunter x Hunter? Because they're saying I look like a Japanese schoolboy whenever I wear the...
Hey, let's do the fit check.
Yeah, fit check. Hey. We got the crepes on. Yeah.
Oh. Let me do that again.
Crepes. Boom.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
I can't wait to talk about international shipping in the beautiful city-state of Singapore.
Sponsors still talking.
Is coming home, lad? You mean third place? That's what's coming home.
Where am I positioned? Anywhere? Okay, cool.
Yes, I saw that in all my years and the ended in my life redundant. I know. I was freestyling in some of it. He's coming home. He's coming. Football's coming home. He's coming home. He's coming home. He's coming. Third place coming home. 64 years of her. Never stopped me dreaming. Zipper check? No, my zipper's fine. Third place coming up. Bro, you have to say Turby Derby at least once during the speech? Yeah, I'm not going to do that, man. Even though he lives in my heart. The governor of South Dakota. Turby Derby. Is this song going to get a mic so it's clear? No. We're going to fuck this up. We're going to make sure that you can't hear anything.
Fake assassination?
Sick.
Fight. Damn, bro, the sponsor is really taking his time.
This is ethical beach prep. I should go in there. Film it.
I think it's probably fine. U.S. CENTCOM announces strikes on Iran. I mean, that's not surprising, I don't think. Do we have an ETA?
5-6 minutes.
You definitely said 10 minutes 10 minutes ago. All right.
Oh.
Sadly, I graduated back in May, which apparently qualifies me to offer some ancient wisdom to you all. But here is some unwarranted advice for you all. But first, and I need to say this clearly, I am incredibly proud of our team. We had only a few months to rebuild a fundraising program that honestly needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. In that short time, this team raised and secured more than $300,000 for college Democrats in this convention. And for this convention, without selling out the values that brought us all here today. That did not happen because of one person or one big check. It happened because people made the calls, built the relationships, and followed up on believing that this organization was worth investing in. Are we worth investing in, college? That is what organized power looks like. Now, to my advice. Who has heard a politician say, by show of hands, there's power in your voice, and walked away wondering, what does that even mean? There is power in your willingness to use it, but having a voice does not automatically give you power. The power to stand up, to stop doom scrolling, and actually do something to change our country and our lives for the better. One voice can start a conversation. Thousands of organized voices can take back the House, take back the Senate, and take back the freedoms stolen from us. Let me hear it from it. Take back the Senate. Take back the Senate. Take back the House. Take back the House. College Democrats, we are not fighting to take freedom away from anybody like the people on the other side of the aisle. We are fighting to win our freedoms back. Liberty means learning without classrooms and politicians censoring your classroom. Organizing a union without retaliation. Deciding what happens to your own body. Voting without another barrier in your way. Getting sick without losing your education, your home, or your future. And who agrees? Simply saying Trump is bad is not good enough anymore. Yes, Donald Trump is dangerous, but he did not emerge from nowhere. He is the product of a corrupted system that turns financial insecurity into resentment, public failure into private profit, and turns working people against one another while someone else writes the rules for us. No more. I say no more. Do we say no more, college Democrats? Let's by name what that system looks like. The military-industrial complex can always find money for another contract, while students are told there's never enough money for tuition. There's never
These
enough
guys are
money
crazy.
for grades. There's never
Can
enough
they
money
chat?
for funding,
Can you guys hear
housing,
them?
or classrooms. Pick Big Pharma looks at sickness and sees revenue. Big Tech and Big AI, I guess now, looks at your attention, your anger, and your data and sees another product. You, corporate landlords and big capital, look at a home where somebody should be able to build a life and see an asset to buy. Then they raise the rent on us and sell it back to us at a price we can't even afford. They are looting our bank accounts, our time, our security, our liberty, our happiness, our chance to own things that we buy. Nevertheless, a home. They do not need a secret meeting. The system already rewards them for extracting more while giving us less. And while working people fight one another over scraps, the people who wrote the rules walk away with the whole damn table. We are not against people succeeding, we are against the system where a handful of people succeed by making everybody else poorer, less healthy, less free, and less libertarian. A new Democratic Party must name that system, name who profits, and organize enough people to change it without blaming our neighbors.
He's like, abolish the commodity form.
By the concentration of power
Jail
and wealth
landlords.
in the country. When I say a new Democratic Party, I do not mean a new logo or another slogan from a consulting firm. I mean a new way of operating, a party that trusts young people with responsibility, a party of workers, students, renters, parents, and seniors, a party defined not only by what we oppose, but by what we build together.
He's going to say, liquidate the kulaks.
So, take three things home. Stop doing
Collectivize the farmland.
Do something. Encourage your neighbors, friends, families to get up and do something. But I know you all here are doing that. You traveled from all around the country to come here together, meet your fellow college Democrats, and organize for a better tomorrow. So I implore you, take the next step. Take on a seat in the Democratic Committee at the state, local, and national level. In Pennsylvania, college Democrats and young Democrats are doing exactly that. We're winning seats in our state committee and our local committees and filling seats that otherwise would go, unfilled, vacant, or appointed by party chairs and leadership in smoky back rooms. We say no more to that. Second, pick up a fight.
It's going to be tough. The upstage is
choose a race, choose a campus, or one material goal.
Ripping the
Third,
whole
take
speech.
someone with you. Invite the quiet person into the conversation. Give a new member real responsibility. Build relationships with labor and community organizations and fellow clubs on campus. And when you gain power, open the door wider behind you and uplift others like the people who helped you get there. That is how we build a new Democratic Party. And CDA has proven that principles do not make us powerless. During my term, we rejected corporate, dark money, military-industrial complex, and APAC-aligned money. And still, we transformed our organization from an organization with a 3-digit budget into a 6-digit budget. We did that together. We can do this shit for real, guys. We can do this shit for real. One last thing I'll say. Civil liberties advocates warn that language this broad, like that used in NSPM 7 domestic terrorist listing and designations that recently came out against our friends at the Sunrise Movement. It's ridiculous. In Ohio, just 2 weeks ago, organizers in the faith community and voter registrations that turn out black and brown communities, they had their HQs in their homes raided and their doors knocked upon in the morning. A government always says it is only going after somebody dangerous or controversial. Today, that might be someone like our next speaker. Just a few weeks ago, what happened in Ohio? The moment we silence ourselves because we are afraid of being next is the moment intimidation has worked. Silence does not protect freedom, but solidarity does. So let me hear you. Take back the Senate. Take back the Senate. Take back the House. Take back the House. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to do it, and I'm ready to walk to victory here in November. But it's not going to be an easy walk. We're going to have a fight, guys. Because we're in it. We're in the fight for life. Take up a fight. Take a seat. Take someone with you. And speaking of someone who has never waited for permission to use his voice, our next guest practices freedom of speech the way some of us practice doom scrolling. Constantly, intensely, and sometimes for several consecutive hours. College Democrats, it is my pleasure to welcome Hasanabi Piker.
This is what we're using, right? Okay. This might be a little...
Put it on the top.
I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, it's a little bit short for me, unfortunately, so apologies. Okay. Brought a little bit of Diet American Dew with me on stage. It's reflecting pool colored. It's delicious. Not a sponsor. Just putting that out there. What an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me, College Democrats of America. It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency. To be honest, when I first got the call from this organization, I first said, I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. I apologize. And then they told me they hadn't held a national convention of this size since the Nixon era. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. And then I was a little worried. I'll admit. Me and the Democratic Party were not so close as of late, as many of you know. I thought to myself, perhaps the Center for American Progress has set up a trap for me. Near attended, are you in the room? I apologize for everything I've said. After all, it's not a secret that there are many, many people in the Democratic Party that wish that I would go away, who wish that this movement would go away. Well, I'm here to tell you, we're here to stay. Now, a lot of people, including probably your future employers or your current employers, they call me a lot of names. They say I'm an idealist, a radical, a terrorist. But the one thing that they don't call me is a liar. And I think that anyone who wants a better future for the world, let alone this country, needs to understand that it is our job to always seek truth from facts. We must always expand our knowledge of the world around us and to use that knowledge to build a worldview, and then we can move on to change the world. And the reason why I stress this is because a lot of people, they see this as a career. And I work with a lot of campaigns. I've worked with establishment Democrats in the past, and right now I'm working with a lot of Democratic Socialists all around the country. And the one difference that I always see is moral conviction. Moral conviction to always say the truth. And an endless thirst to understand exactly what's going on. We have a lifetime of social conditioning that has guided our lives, that has motivated the way that we see the world. Sometimes that means we have a lot of blind spots. But moral conviction is really important because that is what makes the difference between the insurgents and the establishment Democrats that are simply following along. And I think that anyone and everyone here must constantly push for this. This task takes on a new importance today. Lies and disinformation are the currency of our enemies on the right. Unable to compete with us over here in reality, right-wingers instead try to make humanity live in their dangerous fantasy land, constantly finding new enemies in our neighborhoods to position as a reason for why we are all experiencing the same struggles born out of capitalism. But sometimes, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. When the right traffics in lies, the lane for telling it like it is wide open. And whoever can do that, whoever can tell the truth, they will own the future. But people fail this basic test all the time, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm sure that many of you in this room feel the same energy that I do. A feeling shared by more and more people all the time of frustration. Frustration with decades of political ineptitude in the face of rising fascism. Many people in this room have only known Trump. But to the older folks here and also watching at home, think about that for a second. The only politics that people in this room have ever known is shot through with Donald J. Trump. Political life shaped from above by a narcissistic tyrant who enriches himself, his ridiculous family, the Epstein class, as well as the billionaires who were smart enough to get caught, smart enough to avoid getting caught. Sorry. As well as the billionaires who were too smart to get caught, going to Little St. James, and even a billionaire who was uninvited from Little St. James Island because his lives were that atrocious for the pedophiles. Although American politicians have never been much at truth-telling, for over 10 years, the terms of our discourse have been set by a megalomaniacal pervert. The late writer Mike Davis summed up our situation well in his final published essay a few years ago. He said, "Unlike the high Cold War when Politburos, parliaments, presidential candidates, and general staffs to some extent balanced megalomania at the top, there are few safety switches between today's maximum leaders and Armageddon. Never has so much fused economic, media, and military power been put into so few hands. To you, young people of America who have chosen to enter the world of electoral politics, I know that you have grown up in this degraded era where bigotry and deceit are so blatantly rewarded in society. An era in which our rulers would rather choke us with wildfire smoke than re-examine how our way of life damages our planet, the only home we'll ever know. This wretched era in which the third world is staring down disaster because of the upheaval caused by ours and Israel's war on Iran. This ridiculous era in which a Supreme Court dominated by religious nutjobs rewrites our laws at will. In this world, I know even just a little bit of truth can feel like a life raft. It's why so many of you are in this room, because you meet other people like yourselves and you talk about these problems together and you feel both less alone and closer to the truth. Now, it's fair to say, as I've repeated over and over again, as you all know, that I am not a friend of many people in the Democratic Party. But that's okay. In politics, if you're everyone's friend, then you're no one's friend. But I am here today because the times have gotten very strange and new political opportunities are all around us. Chances for us to push radical political change through an electoral system that right now is going through a transformation. You can feel the changes with every news story. This sense of backlash that's in the air. Inflation is not under control. Data centers that no one wants are taxing energy grids, fueling an AI bubble that may not really replace you, but will get you laid off regardless. It seems like every week, our masked Gestapo, ICE, kills another innocent person. In all my years, I don't remember seeing this much blood on American pavement. I often say that the United States is an empire in decline. And home, that means we are a nation in crisis. But where so much of Washington sees dangerous instability, I and many of you see promise. I see a real opportunity to change this country's trajectory, to improve the lot of humanity. And I know you feel it too. It's rooms like these that remind me just how many people see right from wrong and want to do something about it. All around the country, we're getting real fighters elected. Fighters who see the crisis and can describe it in clear and truthful terms. This means demanding an end to the endless wars, an end to profiteering off of health care, an end to the rule by people who put the interests of capital over the interests of the working class. It's talk like this that has Washington terrified. It's talk like this that has MAGA terrified. These people in hate movements who try to control our lives are most afraid of popular action, of democracy, of the people. They're afraid of us because of the simple fact that there are more of us than there are of them. There always have been, and there always will be. There are more good, decent people with moral conviction who find it unfathomable that the wealthiest nation on earth chooses to spend its billions blowing up schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. Kind people who can't understand why, in the wealthiest nation on earth, there are hundreds of thousands of people who will go to sleep outside tonight, and millions more who live paycheck to paycheck. Hardworking people, frustrated that an honest day of labor delivering packages, cleaning counters, or teaching children is no longer enough to take care of a family or own a home. All the while, the world's wealthiest man sits around tweeting racist screeds and unfunny jokes as people grow his net worth into the trillions. I should add that none of this is an accident. The inequality is the design of our system. When you see broken downtowns in a state of disrepair, or potholes that never get filled, or homeless people suffering in the streets, remember, this is the design of our system. It is not the moral failings of the individual, but a whole architecture where the ultra-rich stick their hands in the pockets of everyone else. Just as every person who has no shelter is a policy failure, every billionaire is a policy failure. But just as every billionaire is a policy failure, every congressperson who's refused to change these policies have failed you, have failed all of us. We have placed corporate interests above the interests of the people. I say no more, and we say no more. I've traveled all around the country. I've I've talked to countless people over dozens of protests, gone to rallies, I've gone to marches, I've gotten shot at by my own law enforcement that I pay with my taxes the salary of. And all I ever hear from the people by my side is no more. And not just, thank you. And not just the no more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are on boss. We're on bot. We're unbound. And we will become undeniable. Thank you. Fucked up too many times.
What are you talking about?
There's definitely too many hiccups.
What are you talking about? You nailed it. You had them going, man.
We have a present for both of you guys.
Oh, thank you. Would you like a 2020?
You can take one as well.
Hell yeah, dude.
There's a water bottle for your Mountain Dew.
Do you want a water bottle?
Sure.
There you go.
Why not? Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was great.
All right.
What do we think, chat?
My head's too big.
Congrats, you're a fundraising text now. Oh, Kai Newkirk.
I can assure you that is not true.
No, not with you guys. Kai Newkirk is using me, I think, as a fundraising text, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Fuck him. Hold on. All right, what are we, let me see. How many hours are we at right now? Because
It got cut, right?
What?
You had that interruption on the stream?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
What did you guys think, Chad? Did you guys like it? So I don't know what we're gonna do with DSA. Like I thought maybe we could. Oh, okay.
Yeah. What are they up to? Okay, I see it.
Coming here or hotel. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We should head back then.
Yeah. Perfect.
Are you guys gonna whip us up?
I need to take one of these. I need to figure out what I'm gonna grab.
Take everything. Christ.
You said take everything. Right?
God damn. I was fucking kidding, dude. Jesus Christ.
Is that good, Chad?
Yeah.
They said it's good. Why drop them? I don't have pockets for this. Can I put this in your pocket?
Yeah. All right.
There we go.
Dumb, dude.
I was a little worried that was a cosmetic pocket for a second.
No. It's a real pocket.
Perfectly sized for the little red book.
It is literally. And then there's a pen. There's like a pen hole in this.
Awesome.
All right.
Scottish soda.
Oh, yeah. No,
Oh,
I've
yeah,
had
dude.
it before. It's great.
I remember.
Okay. Okay, well let's all right, chat. We're gonna head back to the hotel because I have a next guest. Next guest is going to be Aparna Raj, DSA DC, and we're gonna be talking to him about what is it Metro? It's Metro DSA, right?
Metro DC. Yeah.
Metro DC DSA has been cooking up here in the heart of Empire. So get excited for that. And then we'll also continue monitoring the situation and looking at different speeches, but I'll play you one of the speeches, right? Is it still going? Is the speech still going right now?
So if we're serious about putting ourselves back in the center of our politics, we've got to be serious about getting money out of politics in the first place. We need to stand up to Citizens United and finally end the chokehold that corporations have had on our politics for far too long. Now, you heard from the indomitable Shawn Fain, who reminded us what we can have when we're willing to stand up and fight. Unions built the middle class. Unions built the 40-hour work week. Unions built the weekend. I don't get one anymore, but we built it. Unions built the fact that our kids go to school instead of going to work. And unions can build it again when we're willing to stand with unions. So it is time for us to stand with our union sisters and brothers. We gotta pass that PRO Act. We've gotta normalize union organizing in every sector of American life. And while we're at it, let's stand up to the corporations who tell us that there's no more money for workers. Let's ban stock buybacks. And I don't know about you all, but I think NAFTA was a bad idea. I think USMCA wasn't much better. And as much as I cannot stand Donald Trump's approach to tariffs, which is, like all things, ham-fisted, chaotic, and self-serving, I actually think there's a role for targeted tariffs to protect our working sisters and brothers in this country. Now, there's no coincidence that in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, we're watching more and more billionaires get spit out of this economy. And I don't know about you all, but I think it's a ridiculous thing that it's easier for a billionaire to make a second $1 billion than it is for somebody to make their first 50,000. Now, y'all know how many billionaires you can make, or how many millionaires you can make for one billionaire? 1,000 of them. And they're out here trying to protect billionaires. I don't know, I'd rather have 1,000 millionaires than one billionaire. But more importantly, I think billionaires ought to pay their fair share. If you tax a billionaire at 8%, you know what they still are? Still a billionaire. Your kids are gonna be rich. Maybe you could pay your fair share so the rest of our kids can get to go to good schools and travel functional roads and get good health care. So it is high past time for us to stand up to the billionaire class and tax them their wealth. Now every single thing you gotta buy feels like it's getting more and more expensive. And that's because a few corporations get to control every single sector of American life. And they use their power to rig our economy to force us to pay more. They literally pick our pockets so their CEO can make more next year. And I think it is time for us to take on price gouging. I think it is time for us to take on monopolies and oligopolies. I think it is time for us to stand up to corporate power. And I think it is time for us to start enforcing our policies on the books to make sure that no corporation can control prices on us, to pick our pockets to enrich their CEOs and their shareholders. Now, there's one last point. You don't have to go too far from here to see a school that looks like it did 50 years ago. Every time you talk about trying to rebuild a school, they ask you, how are you gonna pay for that? I don't know about you all, but I don't pay my taxes to buy another country a bomb or a tank. I pay my taxes so that all our kids get to go to good schools and get good health care. So it is time for us in this country to stand up and decide that we are no longer gonna send unconditional foreign military aid to foreign governments. Not Israel, not Egypt, not Jordan, not Saudi Arabia. I want my tax dollars in Michigan. I want good schools in Michigan. I want good roads in Michigan. I want health care in Michigan. I want child care in Michigan. I want my money spent in Michigan. And no, they're gonna try and tell you, oh, it must be you hate somebody. No, it is not because I hate anybody. It's because I love everybody. And I just wanna be clear about one thing. I love and revere and deeply appreciate Judaism and the Jewish people. And I love and revere and deeply appreciate the Palestinian people and their history and their culture and their tradition. And I love and I revere our kids here at home who deserve better schools and health care. So forgive me if I want to keep our tax dollars here to buy schools and health care for our kids here, rather than send them to a foreign government to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination and do genocide and apartheid. It's not about hating anyone, it's about loving everyone. And then let's be clear. I'm proud of the work we did on medical debt. I really am. But medical debt shouldn't exist in the first place. A third of American households holding debt because they went to see a doctor when they were sick. $225 billion of medical debt. That is more than the GDP of half the states in this country in medical debt. And we can wipe away all of that medical debt. And I just want to give you all some numbers here, okay? You can erase all the medical debt in this country for a penny on the dollar. So if you're doing the math, $225 billion, you can erase for what? About $2.25 billion? I want you to think about how much we are wasting dropping bombs in foreign countries. I don't know if you were watching, but the other individual who would like to be the Democratic nominee for the US Senate just took a vote to send more than that to a foreign government last week. We gotta be serious, y'all. And then we've gotta be serious about the fact that nobody should incur medical debt again in the future. And the best single way to prevent that from happening is to finally meet the unmet promise of America and guarantee everybody health care through Medicare for all. Now look, I know I'm not supposed to run for office. Got the wrong name? Apparently, if you pray like this and not like this, I pray the wrong way. I got the wrong profession, but I'm also not gonna stand here and tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for. I'm not gonna tell you that you cannot have nice things in the richest, most powerful country in the world. I'm not gonna tell you that we've gotta make peace with the corporations who nickel and dime us at every turn, and that if they want something, we gotta go on and give it to them. I'm not gonna tell you any of those things. And if you've been watching, they've taken to calling me dangerous. Now, I don't know why you would call somebody who looks like me with a name like mine dangerous. It's an interesting adjective to use. Nobody's ever called somebody who looks like me dangerous. So I just want to ask, if you're a child forced to breathe at the end of a smokestack, you think they think I'm dangerous? Or a kid sitting in the back of the classroom who couldn't see the blackboard, who got that first pair of glasses. If you're that kid, I'm not dangerous. If you're a worker who wants our economy to work for you, I'm not dangerous. If you're somebody sitting in medical debt, wondering what your financial future is because you deigned to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world, if you're that person, I'm not dangerous. If you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I'm not dangerous. I might just be the one person running for US Senate who actually wants to serve you. But if you're the CEO of DTE, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield shareholders, yep, I'm dangerous. If you're a corporation wanting to buy a politician with their PAC, I'm dangerous. If you're APAC and want to send our money abroad, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're Chuck Schumer and want to keep doling out corporate money to elect people who are going to do your bidding, I am so damn dangerous. But if you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I aim to be the best friend you ever had. Now look, I told you, my childhood taught me just how blessed I was to be on the other side of an accident of history that had me born here. And earlier this month, we commemorated the 250th anniversary of this country. And it's been a moment of reflection, I think, for a lot of us, particularly considering who was president in this moment. Now, they want to sell us a fake, phony sense, a cartoon of what America is. America's no cartoon. America is an incredible place with flaws. A history of Indian removal, chattel slavery, the far too long fight for women's suffrage, the discrimination on who could immigrate here, Jim Crow, segregation. And as you reflect on those past 250, I think it's important for us to ask, how do we make sense of those flaws? America has one incredible gift, and that is the indelible capacity to correct. In this country, we don't make peace with our demons. We exercise them. In this country, we don't rest on our laurels. We fight for better. In this country, we don't ignore a sordid past. We assure a better future. But this country doesn't correct on its own. It's not just some magical trick that just happens, like a magic eraser. That's not how it works. It's because people come together to do the work of correcting. And usually they start out as a small group of people, denied by everyone, ignored, told to go away, marginalized, told it could never be better. And yet those people work, and they organize, and they build. And they build more movement. They talk to more people, and soon enough, the ranks swell. People come together, people from all walks of life, from the unlikeliest sources to the people affected most, building together that movement of people that finally uses the democratic process to correct our ills. And my friends, I share this right now at this moment of our 250th anniversary because we need that correcting right now. We live in the most unequal time in American history. It's easier to make a second $1 billion in this country than it is to make a fair living. Racism still denies too many people access to a good education, good health care, fair housing, clean air, drinkable water. People are still living in fear just because of who they love or how they identify. People are told they're less than because they pray the wrong way or they don't pray at all. And so America is in need of that correcting now. And we find ourselves at the precipice of a moment of correction. I just want you to understand the stakes of this moment. $50 million. $50 million and counting. That's how much the likes of DTE and Chevron and Exxon and Big Pharma and Big Tech and Big Health Insurance and APAC have already spent in this race. And we're still winning. Because friends, what they don't understand is that if all they got is money, we've got the many. And we've got the thing that has corrected every single error in the past and will correct the future. We've got a movement of people coming together beyond our differences to build together what we cannot have alone. We've got each other. Folks who may never understand the lives that one another lead, locking arms together to say that we will not have our future dominated by the likes of your big tech company to put a data center in our backyard. We will not accept the idea that in this country we're gonna buy tanks and bombs for someone else when our own kids don't have health care. We will not accept the idea that you can come in and tell us that we cannot breathe clean air when we have all the technology we ever needed. And so I want us to remember that while they will bring all of their money and all of their power, that it is our choice to remain undaunted, that we will not back down. When they tell us we can't have health care, we won't back down. When they tell us that they're gonna raise our electricity rates, we won't back down. When they tell us they wanna put that data center in our backyard, we won't back down. When they tell us that they wanna take our tax dollars and give them there, when we've got kids who need them here, we won't back down. When they tell us we can't have union representation, we won't back down. When the billionaires tell us we can't tax them, we won't back down. And when they bring $50 million into this race, we won't back down. We will continue to do the work of democracy. We will go out there and knock those doors and make those phone calls and be undaunted at the polls. We will build a movement that connects to the love and the joy of the future we deserve rather than the sordid past we've had. And when they tell us that we're not enough, let's remind them that we're all we've ever needed. My name is Abdul Al-Sayed. I am running for U.S. Senate. I hope I can earn your support. Thank you so much.
Talk about perfect timing, huh? Talk about perfect timing. Holy moly. Look at that. And we got a guest coming up right now. How do we feel about the speech, everybody? Do we like it? And not Abdul's, I mean mine. Okay, I know Abdul's was fire. One of the college dems gave me a gift. Look at that. Chinese money, baby. Abdul did the boomer high five to AOC. You did great. What the fuck is this? Great speech cinema.
From the people alongside myself is no more. And not just no more to the Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, who betray. Democrats who will cooperate with fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help the bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. And in fact, we have a message for you. We're coming. We are unbossed, unbought, and unbowed, and we will become undeniable.
That's not the actual speech, man. Fuck. That part was actually really good in front of the audience too, but it's cinema.
Raw, thunderous applause.
All right, let's get you on stage.
Great speech, cinema. It's probably good to have a little practice round though. You said you messed up a lot. I only noticed one. I think you did great. The crowd made a massive difference. You killed it at the end. No, the end was fire. For sure. Let's see. Is the camera back on? Is it plugged in and everything? Oh, I see it. It's a bit dark. So... Perfect.
Okay, I plugged in the mic.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it for now, but I'm going to use it after. It's already muted. And then, here's your treats. Surprise, small-time streamer Bernie Sanders didn't apply for Streamer U. Could be good for him to learn tips with Lud and Cinna. That's fine. I agree. College Dems had your back, Unc. Yeah, I saw this. Kick streamer Destiny got banned from the College Democrats of America convention after announcing he would harass Hasan Piker and his audience at the event. It is very funny. It is very funny to see a guy who like openly was like, I'm going to go to this convention. Wait, it's like, yeah. Yeah, it is the Dutch angle. Guy who openly is like, I'm gonna go to the fucking I'm gonna go to an event I wasn't invited to deliberately harass the fucking convention keynote speaker. Yeah, it's definitely better. No, it's fine. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna need it wider anyway when I have a guest. What? No, why do you want it? Oh, yeah. True. It probably smells like chicken salad in here. Do you write the speech on your own? This one I did. I got a little tweaks in the beginning, and the quote and stuff is from Noah, but the rest of it was all me. A big part of that speech was supposed to be my speech. So that was supposed to be part of that was actually supposed to be the speech that I was going to do in Denver with Maylot and Julie Gonzalez that I never got to. So I just like reworked it around for this.
Fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are on board.
Easy as no contact order approval with all this evidence, man. Get one and he can never talk about you again. End this harassment for good already. If you're still in contact with the CDA, you should give them a heads up that the finance director you crossed paths with is now being targeted by the sex pest. Yeah, he knows. You got to aura farm more? Stay after? Yeah, sure. So many of the chat exclusively care about drama. They don't even care about the speech. I mean, some care about the speech. Come on now. What is this? Aspen will gladly misrepresent my points to spread misinfo fed by his chat, but still won't watch the video. Watch for yourself and come to your own conclusion. Also, I totally plan on continuing my series interviewing fandoms because I think it's interesting.
Viewers are so stark he couldn't find any weirdos. The vibes are impeccable in the Hasanabi community.
Hasan is more upbeat, he's more hopeful, and his viewers reflect that.
Asmongold says he'll keep an eye on Steven Azark following his Hasan and Asmongold videos, accusing him of creating narratives and hopes, the worst for people like him. He interviewed my viewers for like over an hour and he took 10-second clips from that, uploaded them, and misrepresented what this person was saying in order to manufacture a narrative that is a bunch of disaffected viewers. And everybody's sad that I'm doing this. Why don't you ask Ethan? It's not my fan sending skulls to different people that I dislike. Romke, are you still here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, perfect. It's not my fans sending skulls to different people that I dislike. Why didn't you ask other creators? Why is the Hasan post so highly among people that live with their parents, but he posts so lowly among people that live with their children? What the fuck? This is what journalists like this do. This person is who would lie. Oh my God, he's so butthurt.
Hasanabi viewers are so stark he couldn't find any weirdos. The vibes are impeccable in the Hasanabi community.
Hasan is more upbeat, he's more hopeful, and his...
I like that he just straight up will repeat this delusion that like I and my community sent like fucking skulls to Ethan's house or something. It's fucking awesome. Certainly love that. Hey, thanks a lot, Ethan Klein, for making shit up that straight up anti-Semitic, Nazi-aligned content creators use. Yeah, none of the Asmold's audience showed their faces. It's funny. Yeah, I wonder why.
Viewers reflect that. But I also wanted weirdos.
And this guy says, if this is the guy, by the way, this is the guy that made the YouTube video about me. So he interviewed my viewers for like over an hour, and he took 10-second clips from that over an hour interview, and he uploaded them and then misrepresented what this person was saying in order to manufacture a narrative that it's a bunch of disaffected viewers and everybody is sad that I'm doing this.
But I also wanted weirdos.
And this guy says, if you speak to Hasan fans, you will be speaking to absolute lunatics who will threaten to rape and kill you over a minor difference of opinion. That's the difference between the two audiences. Nobody has threatened me with any of those yet.
I desperately wanted to get people who weren't the most normal human beings. I wanted those that were outlandish. People that could kind of match the energy of my Asmongold people. But I just couldn't find any.
Why didn't you ask Ethan?
What?
It's not my fans that are sending skulls to different people that I dislike. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you ask other creators?
I looked through hundreds of messages, and they were all fairly normal people.
Oh, they're here already?
With jobs.
It's really funny that he thinks that, if they were to ask creators like, oh, what do you think about Hasan's community versus Asmongold's community? I'm sure that creators would be like, yeah, we fucking hate Hasan's community and we love Asmongold's community. We love the fucking racist chud. We love the racist chuds that are constantly telling trans people to rope and, have found found a kind space on the internet for like-minded individuals who think all immigrants should be purged. You know, who say Somalis are parasitic. That's definitely what people are looking forward to. That's what people like. Yeah, meanwhile, these are my fucking haters, dude.
Are you guys selling those shirts?
Yes, we are.
Nice.
Climb over there.
I deliver like
Are you Destiny?
Yeah.
We're not letting you in.
Oh, yeah, I got the national competition.
We're not letting you in because we're worried to go to We're worried you're going to yell or some shit towards us on. We're not going to. I'm sorry. Yes, and give you a refund. I'm sorry.
How can I not get into it?
We're telling you we're not.
It's just crazy because this is like, I think he thought because it's like Democrat in the name, he thought like, oh no, this will be fine. I can just like go out and fucking openly talk about how I'm going to agitate and how I'm going to disrupt the fucking event that, you know, college Democrats have put together, this national convention. Just started watching today. Have you covered the Troy Jackson winning 149 out of 170 delegate seats in the convention yet? No, I haven't. I didn't know. I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know Troyotathon was that fucking crazy. Bro, there's something so strange about like openly filming yourself wanting to you know, thwart an event put together that you were not invited to because you hate the person that they invited, and then just being fucking ass mad the entire time, you know? Making this up. Destiny claims the College Democrats of America convention let Janet Mockey, a guy who was arrested for making bomb threats, but it wasn't Jarrett Mockey in the picture he posted. It was Austin Wise, the finance director of the College Democrats of America. Yet another failed attempt. The funny thing is the College Dems let in Jarrett Mockey, the same guy who got a guided tour to Hasan in Michigan, the same guy who was later arrested for making bomb threats. Dude, what the fuck is going on, man? This guy is such a fucking... Dude. You can't do this, man. You cannot fucking do this. Okay? This is Laura Loomer behavior, dude. What the fuck? Dude, what a fucking disgusting, toxic, insane fucking community. Just so desperate, so odious, straight up fucking rapist behavior, dude. Jesus Christ. Who fucking behaves like this? They're calling D the Dem Jake Lang. In defense of Laura, she does not have a Nazi kid, so she has spare time. Fair. Centrists are defending Pestany too. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, this guy went, so this is who we're platforming young Dems after all this attacks against the party, after all this disgusting rhetoric, and barring someone like Omni Liberal, who's been actively organizing and canvassing for Democrats at his behest. Pathetic behavior. Why you got on 2 mics and no turntables? I have a mic on because I'm gonna have a guest in a second. That's why. It's good. All right, we got a guest in here. Hello, 1 second. I'm gonna put this mic on you. Here you go. What's happening, guys? And then I'm also going to pull you a chair. Of course. All right, Romkey's leaving, chat.
Bye, chat. Love you guys.
NYC DSA. Okay, you're gonna sit here so I can control the stream. Put the mic on. All right, hold on. Let me fix the audio so that they can hear you. Okay. All right. This should be. Oh wait, it's so low. There we go.
Okay.
This should be good now.
Cool. Yeah, we brought some stuff. At the bottom's an MDC DSA hat. And then
Let me just get this out of the way. Okay, this is fine.
yeah, but here's
Metro
the
DC, Democratic Socialist Metro
Yeah.
DC. Wow. Look at that. All right, I love the. I'm collecting all the hats from all the. This is a great one.
Yeah.
This
No,
is
it's
dope.
nice. And then we've just got some pins, including Stomp Out Slumlords, which is our tenant organizing campaign in DC.
Hell yeah. Look at that.
And then a DC flag as well, so you can.
A DC flag?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, like a
And then-
DSA?
Oh no, just like DC.
Oh, just like a straight up DC flag.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
Which-
think I've ever seen the DC flag. This is my first time seeing
I'm
it.
biased, but I do think it's probably the best state flag.
It kind of looks
available.
like. Doesn't this like kind of look like the Chicago flag a little bit? Without
a little.
less colors? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. You guys, Metro DC DSA got a tremendous number of victories put up on the leaderboard a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to hear about how that happened, what you guys have been doing to gear up for it. It kind of came out of nowhere a little bit.
Yeah, well, I guess it seems that way. So I am not in leadership anymore. I was on steering for Metro DC from 2022 to 2024. I just ran and won my local council seat, but it's been sort of a slow going buildup. In 2016, we got a ton of, DSA in general, we got a ton of people post Bernie. In 2018, we ran a ton of races in Maryland, in Virginia. And then in 2020, we had our first DC win with Janice Lewis George elected to the Ward 4 council seat. And then in 2022, we passed an initiative to raise the tipped minimum wage in DC. We're building out the chapter capacity. And I mean, this year was historic, but it has been kind of we've been building out our electoral strength and tenant organizing and labor organizing at the same time.
So what's going to happen? Is Trump going to actually take over DC now? Is there a real fear there?
I think there's definitely a fear, but I think he's threatened to take over DC. He also has sent ICE into our streets. He sent you've seen he sent the National Guard, not just downtown, but into our neighborhoods and everything. And I think this election shows that we're not afraid of him and that we are going to continue to organize and we're going to continue to fight to protect immigrants, to fight for rent stabilization, for all these protections, and to eventually fight for DC statehood.
Wow. So that's one of the goals of the chapter. Okay. Also, can you come a little bit
Oh,
closer?
yes.
I'm sorry. This is a little bit busted because we're, this is my remote setup. So
No, but this is great.
There's
This is very
issues with the
high-tech.
focus, unfortunately. There's issues with the audio. Everyone is mad.
Oh no.
Please introduce yourself to
Oh,
our
yes.
audience. I forgot to even
Oh, no,
do
you're
that.
good. Hi, everyone. My name's Aparna Raj. I have been a Metro DC DSA member since 2018 or 2019. I have been a tenant organizer with the chapter, was the chair of the chapter, and I just won the Democratic Party for the Ward 1 DC council seat.
So what are some of the major issues? Because I feel like DC is different than all these other all these other cities in general.
Yeah, in some ways, we still, people in other cities have to pay rent. We have to afford utilities.
Yeah.
We have to pay for childcare. So the cost of living crisis still bears down on us a ton. And that was a huge part, I think, of electing Janice, electing me, electing this whole wave of progressives. But we also are especially vulnerable because we don't have statehood. So, there's National Guard walking our streets. Last year, Republicans and Trump just decided to take $1 billion out of our budget that was going to go to schools, going to go to firefighters, like filling potholes, things like that, and they just never gave it back. So we had to.
What did you do with it?
So it's like they just banned us from being able to use it effectively. Like it's our money, like it was local money, not federal money, but in the budget, the federal budget last year, they just put in a rider that said like there's $1 billion that we can't spend effectively. And that's,
But what's the reason for that? That sounds insane.
It is. Their reasoning is DC can't manage a budget, DC can't do this stuff, but it's basically just their way to like try to flex their power over us. And I feel like DC has been the testing site for a lot of the Trump administration's attempts to take over blue cities. So, we were one of the first cities to have ICE on our streets. We had the National Guard on our streets.
Wait, someone said there's no stated reason.
Yeah, there's no stated reason. Yeah. It's basically just to punish DC and to like
that's the most insane thing. He does insane stuff all the time, but that seems like exceptionally cruel and stupid.
Oh yeah. And so like we were down on the Hill and also like we were in, Democratic senators' offices trying to lobby them, and so many of them did not care. Like, because for them it's like DC, like 2 years ago, or not 2 years ago, in 2023, we passed criminal code revisions, like common sense, public safety, like very, very middle of the road stuff. Republican Congress overturned it, and Biden signed that legislation to overturn our public safety legislation. So a lot of times—
Why? Because it was too woke? Like what?
Yeah. And from his perspective, he thought it was like too soft on crime. But like we've seen establishment Democrats and Republicans both kind of using DC as their bargaining chip on a lot of things. And so that's why we need statehood. We need to be able to be protected the same way a lot of other states are.
Yeah, but then it's going to be a blue state. So which state are we chopping?
I think we could merge.
In order to create a balance.
50. I think 51's a great number, but we could always merge the
yeah, but not
to make
Puerto
it
Rico.
even numbers.
That's even
okay.
So I'm saying DC obviously blue, right?
Yeah.
It's obviously going to be blue. It's a deep blue city. Which state are you cutting in half so that it's 52? And why is it North Dakota?
Oh, no, I think the Dakotas should merge. That's
that's how you want to. Well, then that's one less state, one less red state.
But I don't think like
this is exactly the kind of
yeah.
woke nonsense that's coming from the Democratic Socialists of America chat. That's crazy. Okay, so all jokes aside, so it's statehood.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an understandable desire, it's an understandable goal. Unfortunately, it's also seen as like another political football where. Is there any appetite from the Democrats? I feel like Democrats never do anything cool to even gain leverage for the national party.
Well, I have a lot of hope seeing like, in Virginia, them passing, obviously got overturned by their court, but them passing the map to like respond to Republican gerrymandering that
but
DC statehood is the right thing to do and it's the political thing to do.
Yeah, but also at the same time, Spamberger just dunked on it immediately. So that still goes back to what I was talking about, which you're no stranger to, which is the ineptitude, or rather the feckless nature of the National Democratic Party that simply wants things to remain intact and seemingly is much more frustrated about any sort of like left momentum, left mobilization, at least in my experience. That's what I've seen. Was there something similar in DC as well? Is there like a big machine here as well?
There was, but I would say that I think that this election was sort of the last gasp of that machine. So there was the Green Team, which was Mayor Bowser's kind of political machine, elected a lot of more like neoliberal, moderate Democrats. But I think after this last election, there isn't a single sort of like Green Team aligned, like inside with Mayor Bowser elected, who will be coming in next year. But it has been, I mean, like DC has had sort of decades of this establishment democratic rule, which is also led to like decaying government agencies where people, you know, this election also became about not just sort of values and cost of living, but also just making government work. Like there are a lot of rats. Our trash doesn't get picked up that frequently. When you call an agency, you might not get responses for hours. And so there's definitely a political machine here, but I think it is on its way out. And I think people really see through it now.
Okay. I mean, that's hopeful for sure. What are the steps? What are the big hurdles in front of DC statehood? That's like the biggest goal of the chapter, at least for DC specific.
Yeah, I mean, I think like DC statehood is like less likely than it is, you know, like it's more likely that it won't happen than it will. But we've got to fight for it. If we get a Democratic Congress, if we get, you know, a good president, like not just a Democratic president, but a good president. I think that's like the most momentum we'll have. And so like post 2028 is like, we've got to push for it. But I think it's going to require like DSA organizing on a national level, mobilizing chapters, especially in swing states, especially in swing districts, to be able to push for it too. Because, you know, like I said, when you go into those Senate offices and you go into those Hill offices, they don't really care about DC. They
How
care
big is
about
this chapter?
people at home. I'm sure someone in the chat will correct me, but I think we hit over 4,000 dues paying members after this election.
That's a lot. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think.
Damn, that's like half the city.
New York might be higher at this point, but at one point we were had the highest concentration of DSA members.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, 4,000 is crazy. New York is 15,000 now, but like that doesn't count. They got,
exactly. They're in New York. Yeah.
They got boosted a lot, and there's too many people there.
Yeah.
This is better. That's crazy. 4,000 is very large chapter. I mean, in my experience at least, I feel like the more there's public transit, albeit not the best, but the more there's public transit, the easier it is to organize. And someone is saying 3,500, 3,200.
Okay, I gave us a little boost.
Damn.
That's aspirational. By the end of this year, it'll hit 4,000.
Yeah. Philly is 2.1K.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys are. I mean, that's a big number, chat. That's a huge chapter. It might be one of the biggest chapters in the country, I think, right?
I think we're fourth. I think it goes New York City, LA, or we might be third. I think maybe we're third, and then Chicago's fourth. But,
wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But yeah, so we have been kind of grinding a little quietly, and for us too, it's just like we're Maryland, DC, and Virginia, so like. It's a big reach, so which is kind of nice because there are elections every year for us, but it also means like we're a lot more spread out too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you guys like cross-pollinate. You work on all the other you work on all the Virginia stuff too.
Yeah.
Well.
And there are some ballot initiatives this year that I think our Nova chapter Nova branch has endorsed.
Okay, that's cool. All right, you guys have any questions? I'm in MD Eastern Shore. How do I join? How does someone join? If they're in
that might be a separate chapter.
DSAUSA.org/join.
DSAUSA.org/join. And you can figure it out on your own. Will MDSA invade Delaware?
I feel like Philly is better positioned for that.
Okay. But someone's got to invade Delaware.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. As long as we invade
neutral.
Delaware, I'm happy. Will my dad come back? No. There's people talking about your Pomodoro dress. They said it looks very nice.
Thank you. It's tomato season, despite the diarrhea parasite.
Yeah. Ask her thought on Rose Bar.
I don't know what Rose Bar is.
What the fuck is Rose Bar, chatter? Talk about the mayor-elect? Sure, let's talk about the mayor-elect.
Yeah.
What I mean, I didn't. I'll admit there was a lot of other campaigns that were taking place around the country, and I didn't pay close attention. But you said affordability was a major point here.
Yeah.
And obviously, you're coming from a tenant organizing background. In your experience, before we get to the mayor-elect, in your experience, coming from the tenant organizing background, like, do you see a lot of people from across the political spectrum that get involved because they see that this is an opportunity to immediately take control over their lives in a very meaningful way?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. You mean like that get involved with tenant organizing specifically, or that move from
When you're doing tenant
to,
organizing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it takes like similar to labor organizing, and also it depends on the person, and it depends on sort of how immediate their issues feel, and also the level of risk they might be taking on. We saw a huge boost during the pandemic because, one, everyone's being told to stay home to stay safe, and if the conditions in your home are inhabitable, like that becomes all encompassing all of a sudden. And then two, a ton of people were getting laid off and couldn't afford to pay rent. And so tenant organizing and like your home became a huge site of politicization for folks. And so like I organized with a building that's in Ward 8 in DC, which is a predominantly Black working class part of DC. And they were dealing with really awful living conditions. And during COVID is like, you know, I think this was before I got involved, but like there were attempts to sort of try to get, you know, to build out the tenants union there and everything before, but it was COVID that really actually like launched the efforts there. And we organized a rent strike there alongside the tenants. And I think at the peak, probably like 200 tenants were on rent strike and withholding their rent from the landlord. And eventually it led to like the Office of the Attorney General bringing a lawsuit. Tenants won $41 million in rent relief, which is huge from that settlement. But I think it really just ebbs and flows on like what people's immediate conditions are. And, you know, it's easier to ask someone to go to a tenant association meeting than it is to ask them to go on rent strike and withhold their rent and take on that risk. But I think like, you know, that tenant organizing and like building that base really, like I still am 100% about like organized tenants and organized labor being, and like sort of that mass movement building being part of how we change this country. But I also saw at the council just like taking away tenant protections, cutting emergency rental assistance, and I think has been like this year, I think like renters issues and tenant issues became a lot bigger for folks.
Yeah, I mean, in an environment where home ownership is becoming increasingly less attainable, I feel like tenant organizing is going to be the next wave of organizing in general.
Yeah.
It's so funny because like labor unions are understandable. Everybody, well, maybe not in America, but people kind of get it where you get together and you're like withholding your labor if necessary. Whereas with tenants, you are technically their entire value is just you giving them money.
Yeah, 100%. And I think like, as long as sort of there is like, as long as America is treating basic needs like commodities and something for people to extract profit off of, you're going to see people using their leverage however they can to try to.
I mean, this is impossible without statehood anyway. But do you guys have any public housing initiatives? Or
I mean, so we do have public housing in DC. Similar to like any other city. Janice actually introduced a social housing bill, I forget exactly how long ago, but a couple of years ago. And that's a huge priority for me if, you know, when coming back in is to try to actually get that passed. You know, I think we're seeing incredible things in Seattle, and, you know, Montgomery County, our neighbor, also has social housing, and it would be great for us to like move in that direction of having publicly owned, resident-controlled housing.
How's the power sharing look like between because every city has a different mayor system. Like New York is very centralized.
Yeah.
But LA is very decentralized, where the council district members are more powerful technically than the
Yeah.
mayor. The mayor is basically just signing off on things. Like they have some capabilities. Is it similar in DC to LA or New York?
I would say we're probably in the middle of those. So like the council has legislative power, but the mayor has a lot of the executive branch has a lot of power, and the agencies there have a lot of power. And the mayor proposes a budget, the council can amend it, but they can only do so much within what the mayor proposes. And so that, with an unfriendly mayor, has led to us having to save a lot of things and be on defense a lot.
Yeah.
But with a much friendlier mayor and someone who will prioritize like rental assistance and things like that, I think like we'll be working just like from a better baseline. And like, council can always override the mayor on legislation if they veto it and stuff. But I would say we're pretty even. A lot of, I think, issues in DC have been around, in some ways we have good laws and good protections, but the enforcement is not there. Like agencies won't necessarily go after wage theft or code violations in housing. And so that is where like that implementation enforcement piece is going to be really, really important.
Is there not enough funding for these agencies, or what is the?
I would say
Is it corruption? Just naked corruption?
Yeah. Like there have been a lot of like agency heads who have like held multiple jobs or like have been found to not be qualified for their positions. Like it's actually like serving the people of DC has not been a priority for this mayor or for the people that she appoints.
There's a racial component to all of this that
Yeah.
I think people might not understand, because when people think of Washington, D.C., they think like politicians, evil people, tyrants from all around the world coming in, flying in here, staying in hotels like this one. But D.C. is a very black city.
Yeah, we used to be majority black. Because of these policies that have increased displacement, we are now a plurality black city.
Wow.
So like that's why, DC is chocolate city. Like that's what
Yeah.
it's known as. And so you're seeing a lot of families, especially Black and Latino families, get pushed out of their homes, pushed out of DC entirely. And so, I think the hope that Janice and I both have, and progressives in general on the council, is to try to create more affordable housing, to invest in tenant protections, and try to really keep people housed. And then to that point too, that you said, like the building that I was organizing with in Ward 8, like I said, working class, predominantly Black, like the issues that they were dealing with would not fly in Ward 3, which is predominantly white, wealthier neighborhood. Like the Department of Buildings would come out occasionally, but they wouldn't enforce any of the fines. And like, it's just like, you see sort of this mismanagement and this lack of enforcement on specifically working class communities and communities of color.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that also makes it less likely to push for statehood, makes it less likely to have any kind of political power as well.
Yeah, and that's, a whole part of why we've been denied statehood for so long is because DC is such a Black city, and like it was a way to suppress Black political power.
All right, we got a nerd in here. Official membership numbers are 3,763, fourth largest after New York City, LA, and at large.
Oh, well, at large doesn't count.
I had no idea. That's crazy. Okay, someone is calling out your sorority.
Kyle!
Yeah. Said, great, sorority girls doing good things. You both mentioned earlier that public transit makes it easier for DSA chapters to organize their planet/discussions regarding organizing within more suburban or rural areas that can also benefit from DSA candidates and agendas.
Yeah, we, like I mentioned, we're the Metro DC chapter, so we are in DC, but we're also in suburban Maryland and in Northern Virginia, and we did have a few endorsed Maryland candidates this past cycle too, and we were able to politicize and talk to voters, and I think like voters who had never been canvassed before, voters who had been like left behind and locked out of the political process in their neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
So we are actively doing that. And a lot of our early wins in like 2018 and stuff were in those suburban areas. And for a while, we actually weren't that successful in DC. It wasn't until 2020 that we started getting some wins here. But
what made you want to
the old
join
heads can talk
DSA?
about that. So for me, it was like, I was kind of DSA curious coming out of like, Bernie, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, seeing all of them. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't until I actually I started tenant organizing. I was dealing with a really terrible landlord who wouldn't fix anything. would electricity wasn't working in half the house. Like we had a ton of rodents, and then they refused to fix the holes in the house and stuff. And he would send people around to our house to try to intimidate us into paying rent. And then eventually the house got foreclosed on because he wasn't paying his mortgage, even though we were paying our rent.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then, and we only found out because one of my roommates was on Zillow, just what if I, perusing what houses look like if we were had $1 million and could buy one. And she saw our house on Zillow. We never found out from the landlord directly.
So he was still collecting checks?
He was trying to, yeah. At that point, once we found out it was foreclosed, we stopped paying rent to him. But then
that is insane.
Yeah. Then the house went up for an auction, and a real estate company bought it. And they also refused to fix anything because they were trying to push us out so they could flip it and turn it into condos. And we just felt I felt like we didn't know what our rights were. I just felt like we were just being we were at the whims of these two people who were just trying to, again, profit off of something that was our home and a place we needed to live. And so I looked at a lot of the different organizations in the area, and the only one that was really organizing tenants around rent strikes and around more, more radical tactics, I guess, was the DSA chapter and Stomp Out Slumlords. And so I started doing anti-eviction canvassing with them. During COVID, like I mentioned, really started tenant organizing with them. And then that's how I got more involved with the chapter.
Don't you feel like this is hurtful to landlords to present slumlords as a cockroach?
Well, you know what? I think
do you guys not care about feelings of landlords? Landlord feelings?
I think if you're willing to get rid of those cockroaches and
you
the home that you rent out,
you gotta get ready for this line of questioning. Now that DSA is big time on Fox News.
I mean, yeah. If you maintain a slum, if you keep your tenants in slum conditions, then
why do you want to make it illegal to be a slumlord?
I don't even know how to answer that.
Don't you feel like they're providing value? They're creating homes for people like yourself.
Yeah, they're home creators. Creators.
Yeah, they're materializing it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's great.
No, yeah. I've definitely run into questions that have been somewhat along those lines, but my thing is you know what? If you follow the rules, sure, you're good, I guess. But it's we have so many people who are trying to hike up rent, so many landlords who are trying to hike up rent, even if they're not slumlords, so many landlords who are trying to just extract every bit of money that they can.
Is there any rent stability mechanism here, price stability mechanism
we
in DC?
do have rent stabilization. It only applies to buildings built before 1975. So yeah.
Great.
So that was a huge part of my campaign is I want to expand it to effectively all multifamily buildings. And
what about tipping your landlord?
Oh yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, you always have to tip your landlord 25%. Yeah,
okay,
nothing
that's
less.
what I do.
Yeah.
I let them have the food in the house.
Throw in an extra 5% if they pay the utility bills on time. But yeah, no, I got a lot of that of you're disincentivizing development and the reason.
What development?
Well, the reason builders aren't building in DC right now is because Trump just laid off a ton of our workforce, and there's a lot of uncertainty around economics.
It's
that
awesome.
has nothing to do with
I love when people say, any kind of rent price stability initiative, any kind of any kind of initiative like that is going to have negative consequences on building new projects, building new development. It's first, what kind of development is being built is a real question here. Right. And secondly, where is the development anyway? It's not like they're building and we don't have enough, rent control anyway.
Yeah, and it's also is the purpose of building more housing to just have buildings, or is it for people to be able to live in those buildings and be able to afford to live in those buildings?
Easy question. It's to have more buildings.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
It's to have more buildings that
shade.
BlackRock can.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. To provide value to shareholders.
Yes, yeah, of course.
I can't tell. I can't tell if you're the basic fact about buildings.
No,
homes are.
I'm so sorry. I always
homes are a speculative asset, and it's not when people. It's kind of yucky when people live in them. Actually.
No, yeah.
I prefer when people don't live in them. Yeah. My favorite is when it's just a foreign investor that purchases an entire apartment unit just so that they can park their assets.
Yeah. I think we should have like housing for like one, not housing for all. Like one person. Yeah.
That might even be too much. As
No,
long
no.
as they're like super rich.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have other houses where they're displacing other people and not using the house. As long as that's the case. Okay. Can she fix the potholes on MacArthur Boulevard?
I'll try. I don't think that's in Ward 1, but I'll try.
Can you ask her about future project Mr. DSA has now after all their successes in Maryland or Virginia?
Future project in Maryland or Virginia?
Yeah, and also there's a good data center related, electricity bill related question as well.
Okay. In Virginia, I know that there are 3 ballot initiatives that are coming up that the chapter is going to be organizing around. So that would be a really good way to get involved in Virginia. In Maryland, I'm not as familiar with what's happening because we just had elections there this year.
I don't even know what Maryland is. I'm totally unfamiliar. And then, the other one was about Virginia and power bills.
Oh, yeah.
Ask her, where does she rank DC public transportation compared to other cities? I think it's underrated in parentheses.
I do think it's underrated. I mean, I think like New York City has a world-class public transit system. Like it's definitely like, well, the trains, yeah.
I wouldn't say it's where I look. It has a robust.
It has the best public transit system in the
in
US.
the United States, yes, which is literally the most impossibly low bar.
I know.
To
okay,
clear.
fine. Yeah. Okay. Tokyo has a world-class public transit system. New York City has a mid-class, but best in US.
Best in the US.
But I would say DC. I would argue it could be second. Like I can get effectively. I mean, it's not as reliable as it should be yet. It's not like routes aren't as direct as they could be yet, but between metro and buses, I feel like I can get anywhere.
Is there any initiative to build more lines? Or
yeah, I mean, I think less than the metro itself. I think the bus system is where people are prioritizing, like trying to get it to be more reliable, trying to get routes to like increase the number of routes, build more bus priority lanes, things like that. But I do think it's pretty good. I took the bus here.
I was told it was going to be a $10 increase. Is there an increase in the fare or something? I don't even know.
I know that there's going to be an increase, but I think maybe $10 the monthly amount or the weekly amount. I don't know.
Tell her we want streetcars.
So I feel like if we really invest in the bus and we have bus priority lanes, I think the streetcar would have been a great project had it been actually really invested in and built out entirely. But I think the bus is our gentle giant of the transit system, and I think we need to invest in those more.
Are we doing them fast and free? Zoran style?
I think fast first, and then I would really like to get to free. And I know that the transit union is also supportive of free buses.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And DC did pass free buses, but the WMATA board, which includes regional appointees from Maryland and Virginia, overturned that decision.
Overhead powered buses on 16th Street. Someone's just saying that. I think they're just throwing out ideas.
No, yeah, thank you.
They're just like, this is what you should do next.
Yeah.
Isn't this is wonderful? It's more annoying than a town hall.
No, I have no idea how you're like keeping up with this.
Yeah. Buses are free in Alexandria, Virginia, across the river.
Yeah, they are. And if you live in Maryland and Virginia, ask your WMATA board reps to allow us to have free buses.
Read this one. What should we do about RFK Stadium? We just removed the streetcar that would have gone straight there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need more enforcement. I mean, coming into council, I'm going to have a really strong eye around enforcement around the transit investments that were made, and especially the labor protections that we put in there too. I feel like enforcing the project labor agreements and labor peace agreements for that's going to be really important. But yeah, I think we got to invest in like more bus lines and stuff to go to RFK because traffic is going to be a cluster on game days.
Yeah. Has she considered a hyperloop? No, I don't think.
I wish.
A hyperloop? Elon Musk? Elon Musk, I think, is hyperloop is the Elon Musk thing.
Oh my God, never mind. I was thinking like some sci-fi something. Never mind.
No, it's not sci-fi.
Wait,
at all.
what's a hyperloop?
It's just a tunnel that only takes one Tesla at a time.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they did it in Nevada. It was a spectacular failure.
Oh my God.
Yeah, tunnel would get clogged down all the time. Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Elon Musk should, I think, stay away from DC forever.
Oh yeah, he did.
He should
there
stay
was
away
a
from
scare
America in
where
general.
he was like potentially trying to buy a hotel in my ward, like the Line Hotel in Adams Morgan. He ended up not making an offer, and like I think the original owners just repurchased it or whatever. But
Yeah. Okay, what else, chat? It's not just a tunnel has gamer lighting. That's true. Okay. Be a true DCer and support local. Oh my God. They just keep telling me to go to the Smithsonian.
I mean, the Smithsonian's are really great museums if you
Yeah.
haven't been there, and they're free, which is incredible.
Yeah, I'm you know what I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go to sleep. That's what I'm gonna do after this. I'm so tired.
That's fair.
Make her legalize weed everywhere.
Well, so DC did pass also a ballot initiative to legalize weed, and then Congress overturned it.
How does, I mean, so what do you have no autonomy,
Yeah.
like
I mean,
at all.
and-
That's gotta be annoying.
Oh, it's awful. 700,000 people live and work here and don't have control over our budget or our laws at the end of the day. And so like my perspective is I'm gonna try to pass and fight for what I can. And
Have you guys ever thought about like making it more annoying for the congresspersons that have their second homes here to live here so that they have to, like, so you have more power
Yeah.
over them?
I could be wrong, but I think that is one of the tax proposals that current council member has put forward.
What, like second home?
Yeah, like similar
No.
to, I think so. I
mean,
could
they're
be wrong.
gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna nuke that. There's 0%
There-
chance.
well, so there is
because
a-
there's broke ass congresspersons too.
James Comer in Kentucky is a Republican congressperson who has a bill on the House that's I think being heard on Wednesday that would it would keep us from being able to raise taxes effectively or be able to change our taxes. So if you like call your congresspeople, tell them to vote against James Comer's bill.
Yeah, but there's congresspeople.
I know.
So they
I know.
are never gonna allow to
I know.
be taxed extra.
But I think also like members of Congress need to worry about their own elections and stop messing with DC. Like they should go to their own home districts instead of like dealing, trying to
I feel like with a competent Democratic Party, DC statehood could be a real push.
Oh, I think so. And I think I think if the Democratic Party and like whoever is in the majority positions for the Democratic Party is willing to like whip their members, like we could pass it in Congress. It's just a matter if they have the will.
How do you feel about the American flag blue reflecting pool?
Oh my God.
do you sometimes go over there to look at it and go, that's exactly the same color of the American flag?
Well, so I will also tell you, they also there's this park in my ward called Malcolm X Park, Meridian Hill Park, where they fixed the fountains, and within days it turned into brown water and was like, like it cost.
Also a different variant of the same American flag blue.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really glad that we're getting billions of dollars taken from our budget so Trump can do his.
Is that what he's using it on, you think?
No.
His beautification initiatives?
No, I mean, it's all the money that he took from SNAP and healthcare and everything that he's using.
Who needs food, honestly? It's just, so, I mean, how does the beautification initiative work? Because it feels like from the outside, I don't really come to DC that often, but the rest of the country is looking at DC and they're thinking to themselves, well, this is right about how we thought this would go.
Yeah, I mean,
it's expected. It's a spectacular fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, DC is an incredible city, and the past year has been super bleak. Like, I don't think it's great for tourism to have like armed troops walking past your restaurant.
What about the face banners?
Oh my God.
It's distracting, right? Because he's so hot. Having his sexy face plastered everywhere. Like if he was uglier, I would be like, oh, that's fine. It's just like a regular politician, but he's so handsome when he's
That's what people say. They're like, that Trump,
he's hitting
he's
that-
so handsome.
when he's hitting that look, like with the one eyebrow.
squint. Yeah.
It's like he's smizing. Yeah. Those are good too.
Yeah.
How was the 250 fair, and did you go every day?
Yeah, I couldn't get enough of it. I mean, I'll say, like, I
You're
don't.
one of the 7 people that attended?
Yeah, if you look at the picture and it's like very sparsely attended, it's like there you can figure out where I am.
Yeah.
But no,
you brought the average age down to 87.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't really come downtown that often anyways, and like have avoided it as much as I can over the past year and a half.
Is there drama like that where it's like the DC, like the politics side of DC, and like the real DC where all the residents live? It's like 2 separate realities.
Yeah, and I mean, we have a lot of people who who work in politics who are still like part of, real DC or whatever,
Mhm.
but it absolutely is a huge disconnect because it's like you have the people, I mean, once every 4 years you have like the national politics, like people who pay attention to local politics who are like very loudly against Janice, against me. And then after the election's over, they go back to the national politics side of things.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a tension, but it's like, I think it's more just like, I want people not in DC to realize that like, we're not just like the Hill or, the federal government. We are like, there are teachers, there are bus drivers, like there are a ton of people who live here who are, just everyday people.
Yeah. Do you know where Mitch McConnell is, and can we go visit him? I miss him.
I think I forgot. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, like, according to that, definitely not AI photo.
He stopped
he's doing
responding
okay.
to my text messages.
Yeah.
It's making me sad.
Well, just like, I'm sure in like 3 days, he'll send you another photo with his hand on an altered newspaper. And
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
So your team possibly AI.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I'm not.
I mean, he's in a vegetative state when he was alive anyway, so I don't know how big of a difference it makes. Let's be real. He's 84 years old and can barely walk.
Yeah, I mean, I did see something on Twitter today about how Andy Bashir was told that Mitch McConnell was dead before that photo came out.
Yeah, and that's the reason why he released a statement that like demanding proof of life. Because people around him, around Mitch McConnell, or people in Kentucky politics were saying, there was a new picture today. Wait, really? Let me see. Send me the new photo, chatters. What is this? Bring laser hair removal back to estheticians. Dermatologists charge too much. Also expand Whitman Walker type of healthcare. Sorry, random thoughts. Okay, guys, that's...
The laser hair removal one is so niche.
Yeah. What the fuck? How hairy are you, chatter? Goddamn. Okay, I don't think there's a new picture that came out today.
Oh, someone's just...
I think people are just lying. What?
Oh.
Okay, dude.
Oh.
Mitch McConnell is dead, but his office released a new photo of him wearing the same shirt as the other photo. Yeah, I don't think... this is a new photo. I think someone is just... What is this? Wow, he looks so good.
Yes, he's in tip-top shape.
Yeah. New photo plus analysis?
Oh my God.
Okay, that's too long. Oh wait, this is a new photo. What? What is this? I think we're going crazy. I think AI is making us crazy. And it's not just that like there's a lot of fake photos out there, but then there's also this like endless suspicion of like possibly,
what is real, yeah.
Yeah. Possibly, real photos that people think are fake. What is this? Andrew Tate got arrested. Do you know who this guy is?
Yeah. Was he not already arrested?
In Romania, but then the Trump admin kind of moved some stuff around. Ask her what a snow crate is.
Oh, snow crate.
Snow crate. What's
as a perfect example of like the mismanagement in DC versus in New York City, like when there was that big snowstorm at the beginning of the year in January, it was just like a layer of snow with like a layer of frozen ice on top of it, and like, you know, Zoran paid people to help sweep the snow, and they were able to clear it pretty quickly. I think ours was like 2 or 3 weeks of it just being like completely like frozen solid, and like people couldn't get anywhere. Like bus stops were like had huge ice mountains on them, and Snowcrete came out as like
what
the
about
term
in downtown
to, like,
though?
use it.
Like around the.
It was bad in downtown too.
Oh
yeah,
well,
it was
okay.
bad all
So
over
then
the
there
place.
could be there could be some advantages in this. Otherwise, this not so great situation. You never. I mean, that never happens. Never mind. I'm not saying anything. So, but they're the lack of support from the federal government or the impediments that they offer end up harming them as well.
Oh yeah, and I mean that's what we were saying when they were doing the $1 billion thing. Is we were like these are the streets you drive on that we won't be able to like fund potholes for, like, you know, or like filling the potholes. Like this is trash pickup that's gonna affect you because it's gonna be delayed.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They're only here 4 days a week, so.
If at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
This was wonderful, and congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
And congratulations to Metro DC DSA. You guys are doing great. You guys are doing a great job, and you know, I hope you adjust well to the newfound negative attention that you will all be receiving.
Yeah, I mean,
it's tough, but you get used to it.
Yeah. I think it's been bound to happen. Like I feel like if we're getting that attention, we're doing something right. We're challenging the powers that be. So
that's right. Oh, is there anything you want to promote, by the way, before?
Join DSA, and also fight for DC statehood. Tell your senators and your congresspeople.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, let me get that.
And thank you, everyone who complimented my dress.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna walk them out real quick, chat, and then we'll get to Andrew Tate before I end the broadcast. Okay. Here is, you guys can watch Andrew Tate getting arrested while I walk him out.
Back up. Guys, back up.
All right. What the fuck is going on? Is it ice? Is it actually ice? Because that makes this kind of funny. It's like the one time. Because he's like super anti-immigrant. Is the Burnham government finally doing something good? Is it the British government? Is there like an extradition demand or something? What the fuck's going on? U.S. Marshal Service? British prosecutors announced last Saturday that they were seeking the extradition of the brothers on rape and sex trafficking charges. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Have you seen the news? Shut the fuck up. Oh, wow. It's like a whole ass fucking TMZ operation. Hold on. I gotta pee real quick. That's crazy.
Mr. Tate, would you mind signing?
Hey, Tate.
Come over here by me. Let's go.
Back up. Guys, back up. Be able to pull it up some to the left. You gotta go see it. Okay.
Tristan, anything to say?
Wow. I mean, as you guys know, I support our law enforcement to the fucking hilt. Patrick Bet David reacts to the ketchup attack. Dude, this guy's fucking awesome. He mogs me so hard with his Patrick Bet David. I've shown his clips before on this broadcast. Mine is whack. I'm a numbers guy is nothing. He's the real numbers guy.
So I'm looking at something like this, very controversial. Somebody is throwing ketchup on Reza Pahlavi. Why is he throwing ketchup and not something else? Maybe they throw in something like a poisonous something, right? So you look at ketchup. Ketchup is red. The opposite of ketchup is mustard, right? Mustard is yellow. So maybe what they're trying to tell us is something about the color of ketchup and the color of mustard, how it's, you mix it together, it's orange. And they're trying to say something about, Donald Trump, they saying his tan is orange, right? People is calling him the orange man. So maybe this is their way of trying to say something about Trump. Or here is another theory, right? Maybe you look at what is ketchup and mustard going on. Hot dogs, right? It's the July 4th, 250 years anniversary of United States. So maybe they're trying to say something about how they don't want Reza Pahlavi to become the new leader of Iran because they don't like what he is going to do with America in terms of diplomacy and everything like that.
So beast mode. Goated. I'm a numbers guy is the opposite of ketchup is no ketchup. This guy right here, now this guy, he's a real numbers guy. I've heard him talk about the ketchup and the Patrick Bet David, and he knows exactly what's going on. He out PBD. Yeah. So let's take a look at what happened. Social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate have been arrested in Miami. U.S. Marshal Service tells Associated Press. Influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested by federal authorities Saturday in Miami, according to U.S. Marshal Service. Brandy McCarran, a spokesperson for the U.S. Marshal Service, told the Associated Press that the warrant was sealed. British prosecutors announced late Saturday they were seeking the extradition of the brothers on rape and sex trafficking charges. The offenses are alleged to have occurred between July 2010 and August 2017, the Crown Prosecution Service said in a statement. Now, this is shocking information, not because the Tate brothers are particularly powerful individuals or whatever. What's shocking about this is that the Crown Prosecution Service actually prosecuted a rape charge. If you know anything about the Crown Prosecution Service, they're notoriously bad at that sort of thing. I mean, they're so bad at it that in spite of the racialized nonsense that you hear from Restore Britain types, they're just notoriously bad across the board. So that is the most shocking turn of events here, but maybe Andy Burnham is finally turning the goddamn ship around. British prosecutors announced late Saturday the brothers, proponents of hypermasculinity, who have millions of followers on social media, are dual U.S. and British citizens who moved to Romania in 2016. They were arrested in 2022, accused of participating in schemes to lure women for sexual exploitation. They denied those allegations, and the case didn't go forward because of the legal and procedural irregularities. The former professional kickboxers have amassed a following of fans, particularly young men and boys, by professing a lifestyle of luxury and unapologetic misogyny. The pending charges in the United Kingdom accused the brothers of abusing women between 2012 and 2015 in an area north of London where they grew up. Their lawyers had said they denied the allegations. I just had Andrew and Tristan Tate arrested in Miami for wearing these outfits. Oh my God, look at how short his fucking pants are. Oh my God. Oh my God, what the fuck was this guy doing? I didn't even realize those pants. Oh my God, I was so focused on the skin tight, disgusting purple shirt that I didn't even notice what the fuck. Pirate Lord? Straight up doubloons. Why is his brother bald now? It's really funny. His brother also got the fucking craziest nose job I've ever seen in my dang life. Genuinely a wild nose job. His nose looks like a button nose now. Quaalude Sparrow. That's funny. Oh my God. We got to show support and show love to the College Democrats of America, chat. Holy fuck. Every annoying person on the internet is yelling at them right now. It's kind of unbelievable. Troy Jackson swept Cumberland and secured a majority of delegates. Did you see what Mellon had to say about AOC? Did he go to the beach that makes you old? That's disrespect, man. That's disrespect on our boy, on Mellon boy. Jackson sweeps Cumberland by capturing what seems to be all 149 delegates of Portland. and its surrounding towns, Troy Jackson will become the Democratic nominee against Susan Collins in Maine's U.S. Senate race, replacing Graham Plattner. It's Toyota-thon. Betrayal. Hi there, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. Yeah, I fucking hate that they use this James Carville photo that if you just squint hard enough, it looks like it could be fucking Fantano. James Carville says AOC has no shot at Democratic nomination for president. She gonna have no chance. She's not gonna have any chance. That's what James Carville said. Meh. Please. Turby Durden song, please. We haven't carried the flame in like a week, bro. I know, we really haven't carried the flame at all. Carried tomorrow. Are you gonna sleep or what, Big H? Yes. It's fucking 5 p.m. in Los Angeles and it's only 8:30 here, but I'm so goddamn tired. I'm gonna pass the fuck out. But I'll be back. That'll be all for me for today, folks. I'll be back. You weren't wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You invited Hassan Piker to be your special guest today, and now you're backtracking because all the groups he's offended are pissed that you platformed him. Too late. Individual members of the College Democrats of America convention attendees and speakers are not official spokespeople of our organization. The person referencing the claims barring attendees in College Democrats of America's official executive vice president Cameron Land, and not merely an individual member. I love that the context note is just straight up like brigaded by Destiny's community and offers no additional context that is against what the fucking organization is saying. I like that this guy just straight up came out and was like, I'm going to fucking go and harass this dude who's speaking at this event. I wasn't invited to this event. And then they were like, hey, you can't do that. We're not letting you into the event. You filmed yourself trying to harass people at the event. And he is able to somehow brigade Twitter and get like Shannon Watts and Project Liberal and all these other like fucking annoying accounts on Twitter to make a big fuss about this. Very, very weird stuff. Yeah, look at this. Like, look at all the people writing in her replies too. Honestly, think you perfectly justify attacking and killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. ADL's tight with them? Yeah. I don't understand how this doesn't, how they don't see this makes everyone hate them. It does. It's not about that. For this one, yeah. You have a moral obligation to bully the fuck out of this guy if you ever see him in one of your protests. Don't let CCP paid agitators infiltrate liberal crowds of protesters, make his presence as uncomfortable as possible until he's forced to pack up and fuck off back to his WeHo mansion. They using AI photos of you? That's not what I was wearing. I would never wear an outfit like this. Also, who the fuck is this, bro? Former political reporter and DNC operative, now serving as CEO of Act Jew. Opinions are my own. Can you point out that Austin Wise is not Jared Mackey? Roach and DDG are both pushing that. Dude, it is like here's the thing I don't understand. Like, how do we get this to stop? You know what I mean? Because this is like, you're just straight up slandering. You're just straight up fucking slandering a random person, accusing him of like doing bomb threats and like doing criminal behavior. It's just not you know, it's not going to stop. They don't care. I mean, it's just maybe legal precautions. Like, this is, how is this in any way, shape, or form like normal behavior? I genuinely assume that like people are not going to be so side cucked. They're not going to be so biased that they just like refuse to see when someone is like doing something that is worthy of a restraining order. Like actively. But their message alternative is so hopefully, yeah. They're literally college kids too, now massive influencers, 22-year-olds trying to be involved and do good, and they're trying to kill their will to participate, especially girls from allegedly normal middle-aged people like Shannon Watts, yeah, or fucking middle-aged people like Sex Destiny. Anyway. In my opinion, Gamergate ended when IRL cops started taking online harassment seriously. Maybe we should elect people who understand how to write functional anti-online harassment laws. Yeah. Just intimidation for event organizers in order to get them to second guess having you on. I mean, that's not going to stop people from having me on. You know what I mean? It's just making you look like a fucking repulsive little loser. And it's making people that, I mean, it's showing how some people operate for anyone with eyes to see. Like, you will never be treated like a serious individual after all of this if you are you know, looking at what these guys are doing. They're like behaving as like a one-man Gamergate and just like defending their behavior, defending their actions. Anyway. Yeah, this isn't just like cyber harassment either. This is like straight up slandering people that are associated, cyberbullying them, cyber stalking me, and then stalking me in real life. I mean, what are we doing? Anyway, very, very weird behavior, man. Very gross. Very weird behavior. In any case, everybody, that's all I got. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. I think that was a pretty decent speech. And I enjoyed it. Once again, thank you to College Democrats of America for having me on. That was great. And yeah. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, war has not broken out by the time I get home. That'll be all for today. Peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.